Hi everyone, good morning. I hope you're doing good. This is day last but one of COP28 at the Nordic Pavilion, and my name is Margaret Imprim. I'm the Assistant Global Coordinator for the Youth Climate Council's Global Alliance, and I'm the moderator for today's session. We are going to discuss youth climate councils and how to go about it. So what is the mystery, what is the dynamics of having youth climate councils? How do you get to do that in your country? How does it look like? How different it is? Is it from other things across the world? And we, the Youth Climate Council Global Alliance, are here to show you how it's done. So we're here to give you some case studies from various countries across the globe, in Global North and Global South, in various regions, so you would understand the diversity of how youth climate councils look like in various countries and how you also can do this. So if you're online, you can always listen to us at the Nordic Pavilion at COP28. It's live on the YouTube channel, so please go there. And if you're unable to do that, just save that link. After 1 hour, you can just go to the recorded version and you can take a listen to it. So we're just going to start with our audience here. We're going to listen to, before the panelists come on stage, we have a lot of countries presented here. So we have Ghana represented, we have Denmark, we have Colombia, we have Costa Rica represented here, and we're going to let one of our representatives in Ghana, who is not a speaker here, but we just want him to also speak about how it was in having the Youth Climate Council in Ghana, and also how things have been. Just a brief thing about what brought about Youth Climate Council in Ghana and how it has been basically that. So if you can have a microphone going to him, that would be great.
Hello, good morning. Hi, everyone. My name is Ernest Tofori. I'm the Capacity Building and Education Officer for the Youth Climate Council, Ghana. I think the story of the Youth Climate Council spans around, it's almost the same thing in most of the countries in the world, both in the global south and north. Particularly in Ghana, we saw that the youth movement were working in silos. There was this polarization. We didn't work towards a common agenda. We all wanted to be heard by the government. We wanted to influence policies, but because we were split apart, there was no visibility. So, Gaio, Joshua Pontem and his team thought of an initiative like this, and they brought it forward, and Youth Climate Council was birthed. And the whole idea was to bring the whole youth movement in Ghana together so that in a particular space, we can have CSOs, we can have NGOs, we can have youth advocates, all pushing for one agenda, inclusivity at the grassroots level, so that everyone in Ghana, when it comes to climate decision-making, may have a say, or their voices may be heard. So that was what brought up about the whole agenda. And it was very good that in Ghana, it was decentralized, way to the grassroots level. We had 10 administrative regions then. Youth Climate Council brought about 10 various regional focal points that became the center for every discussions as far as the climate decision or climate change and environmental stability is concerned. So from the various regional levels, they gave the opportunity or platform for people at the grassroots level that had their voices not heard in any way, or that would by no way get their voices heard, contribute to climate decision making at the very regional level. And all their contributions comes together from all the other 10 regions. They are consolidated and they are put together as brief and presented to the government. So this is how we came. So from that various cooperation, the YCC thought is wise to bring about the various operational strategies. So we have capacity building, we have policy, we have comms. Capacity building was just helping bridging the capacity gap in the climate space. So we do a needs assessment. Once we find there's a need for a capacity building, we train the youth movement in that. We do policy, we go to the various regions, consult them, tell them what are the needs for young people in terms of policy decision making in climate change and their input to put together, and we'll present to the government. Sometimes when we see a policy with regards to climate change in the nation, we review the policy in the regions, and the various output to be put together and presented to the government and also published as policy brief. And the communications, we always share opportunities among the youth movement. That's the most important thing, because if you are at the grassroots level in some village in Ghana, you will not have access to certain opportunities. You may not have access to certain conferences. You may not have access to certain information. But when we come together, it is very easy to streamline all information to one channel. And this is what we were doing in Ghana, and it has influenced most of the Youth Climate Council in other regions. So we call Ghana the mother of all Youth Climate Council. So it's been great in Ghana. We've been doing great. We've had a lot of youth joining, over 3,000 plus database people in our database, which is very good for us in Ghana, and I hope others will share stories and you see the similarities. So we are happy to be here, and we're looking forward to you from other countries to join in us soon. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Anna. So with that being said, I'm going to call our speakers. I'm going to call Elise on stage. I'm going to call Alejandro on stage. I'm going to call Nirel on stage. I'm going to call Kasia on stage. So let's give it up. Thank you. And Anna's be on standby. If we need a Ghana Africa perspective, we're going to call you back. So just be on standby. And just a little heads up, we have some beautiful stickers on the seats. That's for you. It's from a gift from us. So please feel free to take it, place it behind your laptop, on your phones, wherever the stickers can fit. It's for you. All right, awesome. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing?
Good.
You good? Okay, awesome. So this is more like we're having a chat, and everyone gets a chance to listen to our chats because we are together and everything. So the Youth Climate Council's Global Alliance, like I said, is a network of youth climate movements, institutionalized youth climate movements across the globe in the global South and global North countries, where we've established successfully youth climate movement, and for some reasons, for policies, for capacity building, and for so many diverse reasons to help bridge any gap that would affect youth engagement in climate space, in the environmental space. So we just want to hear from your various perspectives how things have been in various countries. We had the privilege to hear from Ghana, and from the Africa perspective, just so that audience know that we do not have just Ghana representing Africa in the YCC Global Alliance. We have Uganda represented as well. So you know that there's a broader representation in Africa. And we have Costa Rica, we have Denmark, we have Poland, and we have Colombia. So we're going to start with Denmark. Maybe let us know what brought about the Youth Climate Council in Denmark. What were the issues? We know, yes, there are several youth issues in the globe, but are there some distinctions we want to understand, and what inspired the establishment of Youth Climate Council in Denmark?
Thank you, Margaret. So if you don't know, everyone, Denmark, the Danish Youth Climate Council was actually the first Youth Climate Council to be established in the world. And it's very inspiring to hear from this, like the story from Ghana, because I think the one in Denmark was way more like upside, top down, instead of like grassroots that, got their way in. The Danish Council was established because a UN youth delegate convinced the climate minister to, establish Youth Climate Council, because he said that he was all for more youth involvement, and then she was like, okay, prove it, then establish a Youth Climate Council, and she said this on live television, so he had to follow up. And that was how it got created in the beginning, and then it inspired, for instance, Poland. Afterwards, they looked at Denmark and they told their minister, hey, we also want a Youth Climate Council. So that was great. But the Youth Climate Council in Denmark, we strive for a broad representation of the Danish youth. So we have people representing different areas, different sectors in the climate crisis, but also different parts of the youth like world there is in Denmark. So, for instance, I represent the Green Youth Movement, which is a climate activist movement. So I'm like one of the more radical voices in the Youth Climate Council. Some of the others, they wouldn't call themselves climate activists or anything. They're maybe just very like interested in certain areas connected to the climate crisis. So we have different opinions, but that's good because we want to like represent the broader youth and not only the radical youth as I represent, unfortunately for me, but I think it also gives something in the end that we can say, hey, we represent the broad youth. But yeah, how's it going? Now it has been created for some, like we have been up and running for some years, and unfortunately, I think the youth involvement, to me at least, it's still not like meaningful because what we do is we write recommendations for the climate minister, and then he takes a meeting with us like once half a year or something, and then we don't know what happens. Like there are no mechanisms to follow, no follow-up mechanisms. Like there are no like kind of rules that says okay, he has to comment publicly on the actual like substance of our like recommendations. Most of the times the climate minister has put up a picture, maybe, oh, it's so great to listen to the youth, but he doesn't say anything about what's like in our recommendations. Like, do you agree, do you disagree, like why do you disagree, why haven't you just legislated about these things? So I think we need some more mechanisms that secures that the substance that we're actually making, we use a lot of time making these recommendations, that they're actually like he has to comment on them publicly so that we can also use, because what he tells us in these meetings we're not allowed to say afterwards. And it's a hard like balance, like how critical should we be, because if we're too critical they can just remove us, they can just take away our funding, and I also think that's a very bad thing. They should like promise us a yearly amount for 5 years or something so that we can be fully independent and not dependent on their funding, because that's also like a conflict of interest, right? So we take the power where we can, and we're still developing. And I've been there for 2 years now, so I'm like soon going out, which is very sad. But one of the most meaningful things I think I've been doing in the alliance in the Youth Climate Council in Denmark is actually being part of this international alliance of youth climate councils. When I started in the Danish Youth Climate Councils, I didn't know that there were others. But then Kasia told me that the Polish council got established after the Danish one, and now also countries in the global south have started like establishing these youth climate councils. And what is important to understand when you're listening to this now, the youth climate councils are so different, very different ways of being institutionalized and ways of working, and very different like topics that we focus on because we live in different countries with different problems. But it's still very nice that we can have online meetings and we can meet at COPs like this, and we can share experiences and tell our stories to each other. Like, what are we struggling with right now? Can we maybe help each other in some ways? And like just strengthening this global youth movement also in the institutionalized places, because there is of course a global youth movement going to the streets and all these things, but a lot of youth are also working like inside of the systems, for instance as the youth climate councils are. And I think it's also good that these institutionalized youth involvement things can also be talking together. So that's why I think this alliance is so great, and it's always so good to meet with all of you. So thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you, Elise. Let's move to Kasia. You're wearing two hats, so I'm going to go to the first hat as you being a founding member of the Poland Youth Climate Council. Can you let us know what inspired that? I mean, she said you came after her. So what inspired? Was it the Danish Youth Council that inspired it? What was very particular or peculiar in Poland that inspires the Youth Climate Council?
Thank you very much, Margaret. And yeah, as Elise said, it's actually only because of the Danish Youth Climate Council that the Polish one exists. And this is not exaggeration, it's actually true. Because the situation with the live television interview that Elise was talking about was actually taking place in Poland at COP24 in Katowice, in my hometown. I didn't know about it, but I was like, okay, this is impressive. There is so much young people going to different conferences. And then, because we had a UNFCCC presidency after COP24, Polish delegation was going to every single meeting. And then I realized that we are there, like both them and myself, and there are other young people. And I was like, why we are not representing the country? Why we are going there? Why the UN invites us? Why we are representing various NGOs? If we could actually share the youth perspective with the delegation. So I reached out to them and I was like, guys, this is not okay that you are going everywhere. We are there as well. And they were like, this is actually impressive that you are everywhere. I was like, yeah, it's impressive, but we are not representing the country that we are coming from. And they said, okay, so what's your solution? And of course, I didn't have a solution because I didn't know Danish youth yet. And I was like, okay, maybe we can build something on the UN Youth Delegate Program, because in majority of the countries in the world, there's actually this UN Youth Delegate Program. And I knew that like a lot of European countries actually have like different programs like this, and they also have like sections. So for example, like sustainability or climate, I was like, okay, maybe that's an option to actually extend this program. And they were like, okay, but we have thousands of people on the streets shouting at us at the ministry. How can we choose one person who will be super formal, wear a suit, go to an event with us, and don't really share an activist perspective? And I was like, okay, this is weird that you're actually saying that, because it was actually surprising to hear that from a conservative government. This is actually very true. Today is the day that we are actually like reshuffling that government. So this is a very exciting day today, actually. But back then, it was a very, very conservative government. And they said it. And I was like, okay, it means that there is a momentum. There is COP24 momentum happening, and maybe we have to use it. And I bumped into Monica Skadbok, so the girl that actually funded the Youth Climate Council in Denmark. She was having this interview, and I was like, Monica, I heard that you are doing something super impressive. What is that? And she said, okay, let's sit down. I will give you like half an hour interview, and then you can like see what you can do about that. And that's what we actually did. So Monica told me everything, how like everything looks like in Denmark, but also it's important to remember that the situation in the Nordic countries, like in Denmark and in Poland, the situation is very different. So I think like the perception in Poland is that in Denmark, when there are two people, they already built an association. In Poland, when there are two people, we argue, we fight, and then when people are almost like dying fighting, like, okay, maybe we can actually agree, after like half an hour. So it's very difficult to actually like get on the same grounds. But then we managed to actually have a first meeting, build on the momentum of COP24, build on the momentum of Fridays for Future demonstrating on the streets, and making sure that we have different voices. So it's really just the inspiration of Monica, of Denmark, and the fact that they share the experience. And because we are both in the EU, we knew that if it worked in one country, it can work in any like other. That's why we are working with the alliance to actually expand. Because if it worked, for example, in Ghana, in Uganda, it means that it can work in other African Union countries. If it worked in Denmark and Poland, it can work in any European country. But then, if it worked in Costa Rica, now we are trying to make it work in Colombia as well. So we realized that these mechanisms are actually the same on regional level. Of course, some things differ, political systems differ, but if we manage to do it, we can actually push ministers and people in power to say, okay, look, why we are worse than the country next to us, So yeah, like I'm still super grateful to Monica, and I think the whole like Youth Climate Council and the youth movement should be grateful to her and you guys. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing, Kashana. Let's go to Latin America. Costa Rica. So share with us from your regional and national perspective. I mean, the EU has spoken. Let's hear from your perspective, particularly you being a Spanish country. And let's hear what were the things that inspired having a YCC in Costa Rica, and how did you manage to influence other Spanish-speaking countries? Because Danish influenced Poland. Did you influence anyone else? Maybe Colombia, I don't know. So share with us, what has your journey been?
Okay, so first of all, thank you for having me here today. It's always wonderful to share with my colleagues from the Alliance. So in Costa Rica, it is an experience similar to what Ernest from Ghana said earlier. Youth were very like working in their own things, and there wasn't like an sole organization that gathered the vision of working in climate political incidents within the government or with the ministries or even just in civil society. So we talked to Joshua Amponsem, who's one of the also creators of the Alliance. And we said, okay, so we have an organization that incorporates youth from all over the country in Costa Rica. It's called the Youth and Climate Change Network. And we decided to implement the YCC Costa Rica from the that civil society youth organization as a project. So basically, we just decided to investigate how were things going in Costa Rica in like the whole panorama of youth participation in politics, but mainly in climate politics. And we just did like a whole half-year investigation. The YCC Costa Rica has just been established, but this year we like managed to do all of the investigation and reports and just to establish a solid base of what the YCC Costa Rica should look like and the vision it should take from now onwards. So after we did all that, we decided that we wanted an open process, because even though Costa Rica is a really small country in Central America, I don't know if you know where it is, we are a really diverse country and have a lot of different representations of youth. So we knew we couldn't take into account only people, for example, who went to university, or only people who had an education, because from our point of view, every type of knowledge is really valuable in working towards climate action. So we just decided to keep it as open as possible. Our only requirements for joining the YCC was knowing how to read, how to write, and having an internet connection, and being between the ages of 18 to like 35 years old. So we did that, and now 33 people from all over the country are a part of the YCC Costa Rica. We launched it like a month ago. And up until now, we have had a lot of vinculations with government, but also civil society. We have an issue with our government. They don't really like youth. They really have conflicts with youth organizations. So I think it's a bit different from what we have heard from the EU councils. So what we are doing is, like we said, if we don't have, and we have almost never had government support. So working from my organization and now in the Youth Climate Council, something that I know is that if we don't have government support, we're still going to work from the civil society. We're still going to try to bring the national policies to the territories. We're still going to have to try to do it even if we don't have any funding, which is our reality, at least for 2024. And the people who are working in the Youth Climate Council know that. So it's really inspiring to know that we are all working together in this. We are in the same boat. And as for the other question that you asked, we have been meeting with other embassies from Latin American countries, but we, as the first Central American Youth Climate Council, really have an interest on influencing other countries in Central America to build their own youth climate councils. So actually later we have an event at Panamanian Pavilion, and we just met with their environment ministry like 3 weeks ago, and they were really interested. So this has happened also with Dominican Republic and with the Salvadorian embassy. And we are just really excited, like, to push this forward and to see which other councils can, or which other countries can make their councils a reality, because it's a really valuable form of strengthening the democracy, also the democratic processes of influencing climate action through political incidents in the Central American territories. And that is what we have been doing, or how we have been, like, selling ourselves in Costa Rica, and what we want also to happen in other Central American countries.
Amazing. Thank you so much for speaking and sharing your views. I can feel the passion. And it's clear that there is the need for more youth involvement, meaningful engagement, not just having youth together, but a meaningful engagement. So thank you so much. To our audience here and to those online, the YCC takes so many shapes and forms. There is no particular one way, and we are open to change, open to flexibility. So just so you're thinking, okay, do we have a rigid structure? Do we have a rigid procedure process? No. There are different things, as you've heard, a different way of having it established in Africa, different way in Latin America, different way even in the Europe area. And so you know that anything can work for you once you understand your context, you understand where you're coming from, you understand your stakeholders. It's easier to work with because we are youth and we understand the need for us to be on the table of decision making. Let's go to Colombia. You haven't launched the YCC yet, but you recently reached out to have the YCC established, and you joined the YCC Alliance in having these discussions. How has it been for you? But before you even share how it has been for you as an individual, being part of a bigger platform like this, what were your challenges? What inspired you reaching out to have YCC established in your country? And how has it been so far, even though you have not launched yet? Hopefully we get a launch. But how has it been so far with you and your people as initiators?
Okay, thank you, Margaret, and thank you all for being here. It's great to also listen to other people from the lines. I guess, like in my case, like in Colombia, I think we feel that there are like various youth movements and also like efforts being made, but not really with a strong climate focus. So like in my country, we have a system, a youth system that already has like a local youth councils, but they're like broad. They don't focus on environmental topics most of the time. So like I think what I saw in the YCC Alliance is that we can kind of have more efforts put into the territories of and the efforts of these local youth councils. And I think it was also kind of to understand that we have been like facing some of the challenges with local governments as well, because recently we had local elections and the results were not really in favor of youth because a lot of conservative parties and also candidates won. So we think that we have to have more local focus and local work to have environmental action and climate action. And yeah, and I also think that we have been facing a lot of like challenges to unite like the rural context with the urban context. I come from Bogota, which is the capital, but I've heard that there is a lack of opportunities for local youth councils coming from rural contexts. So I think like it was great to hear that the alliance, the YCC Alliance, can help somehow to actually make their efforts visible and also support in some way with capacity building. So I thought like that it was a great opportunity to unite forces and to actually have like an impact at the local level. Individually now, talking about the YCC, I think it's been great because it's a different alliance focused on climate policies, and I think within the processes. I'm part of the El COI Colombia organization process, and it's kind of great to have like more like this focus on climate policies, because we usually don't think that policies work. Sometimes in the real context there is no hope left. So like maybe with more like an alliance can work, and we can bring up more hope to those that have lost it.
All right, thank you. Before we move to Kasha with her second hat as the global coordinator, I want to call Enes back to talk about how Ghana inspired Uganda, and we having Sierra Leone also coming on board. I mean, he's our African representative here, so Enes, if you could just come up here again, and in maybe in 2 minutes, share how the work of the YCC Ghana inspired Uganda and has inspired Sierra Leone, who hasn't yet launched, but is also excited to have a launch like in the case of Colombia.
Yeah, thank you very much, Margaret. So, Ghana, like I said, we came together to make this work because now we can see a lot of youth inspiring a lot of policies. We can see most of the things that, we were not able to do, but now we've been given an opportunity to do. Now the government has launched a youth action group, which was a model of the YCC, which is institutionalized by the government and the National Youth Authority, that has young people in Ghana on board. And this is something that nobody was going to influence such a policy. It was never going to happen. Such an institution would have taken forever to happen. But because of the Youth Climate Council, they saw the model and they said, okay, then we can have a national umbrella like the Youth Climate Council institutionalized, so that now whatever we are doing will not just be between the councils, it would just not just be between organizations and young people in Ghana, but also something that the government has already institutionalized. And we have Margaret there on the board, which is a very good thing. And because we are doing all of these things and the government is now focused on us, now there is no decision that will be taken in climate change, or as far as climate change is concerned, that the youth in Ghana will not be involved. Not all the youth in Ghana will be represented, but at least 1 or 2 people from the council, which was never done like that, now can never be bypassed without making a decision. So if now the government has recognized us and see the need to involve the youth, because he sees the youth united, and if he wants to make a decision, he runs to the youth, because whatever decision they make with regards to climate change is going to affect generations yet unborn, and they are going to be living soon. I mean, I'm not saying that they are going to die, but eventually. So they need to think about the youth, and that is why they bring the youth on board. And now the Youth Climate Council has become very pivotal in these things. So looking at this in Africa was something that was not really happening, something that we do not get to see usually. Advocacy in Africa is different than in Europe. We get to talk, we don't get to demonstrate like you people do in Europe and all that, because nobody will even mind you. We don't see you, but when we come together, they see that there's a united front. These people have an agenda, so let's bring them on board. And that is how it's working. So when Uganda saw this, we have Gaia Uganda, and Gaia is the implementer of the Youth Climate Council, and they said that, okay, then it would be good to have Youth Climate Council in Uganda, because if Ghana as an African has set a model in Africa, then we can replicate this in other African countries. But since Gaia was already in Uganda, then we started that in Uganda. We went to Uganda, did a lot of groundwork, consulted a lot of institutions just as in Ghana, and it was very difficult. Now, they felt it was going to be a competition because, see, in Africa, most of us compete a lot. I don't know about Europe. When they see a new organization or an institution, a new movement coming up, they feel you are coming to take, I beg your pardon, they feel you're going to take their position. Like, where are you from? Where are you coming to? So they'll be asking you a lot of questions, trying to, whoop you off the track. So we were able to cooperate with them and say, hey, listen, we are not coming to take your place. What we are going to do is to unite all of you guys here. Nobody is the boss. We are all the bosses. So that now your government can identify us as a youth movement, as one voice. The government cannot forsake you and make decisions when you are not there, because you represent all the youth in Uganda. And now the National Youth Authority in Uganda, when they heard this, was very much amazed. They welcomed us. All the youth movement, Koniwas, and all other youth movements in Uganda started embracing us. And that was how we were able to set up Youth Climate Council Uganda. Gaio also went to Sierra Leone, and the same thing happened. And the beautiful thing about all of these things is that we get a local organization in the country that will stand and implement the YCC, because the YCC is not an organization, it's an institutional mechanism. So we need to go through an organization to institutionalize it, because the organization in this case becomes the implementer and implement the YCC. So we had another organization in Sierra Leone that was willing to bring YCC in Sierra Leone, and they hosted the YCC and institutionalized it. It is yet to launch, I guess, and they are also doing all the groundwork, talking to the government and trying to get the government on board, because the most important thing is that you cannot do it alone. If as a youth you decide to do this, the government will oppose you because they may feel you are challenging their authority. And that is not what we are in to do. We are collaborating with them. So there are groundwork done by the people in Sierra Leone, Mark and Esther, and they've done very well. And we are looking forward to other African countries doing. Nigeria is currently on board too. They will be launching that hopefully next year. And we're looking forward to having most African countries do the same.
Thank you so much, Ernest. Thank you, Kasha. We want to give some time for question and answers, so I'm just going to go straight to you directly as the global coordinator for this. Now, what does the Alliance seek to achieve? Is it just to establish YCCs? How are we going to have that platform where we can learn from each other? How are we going to influence each other's policies? What's the plan of the Youth Climate Council's Global Alliance?
Thank you so much, Margaret. And as you can see, we are very different. Like, our countries are different, but we also have different dynamics and we have different perceptions of youth engagement. And we also have a very, I think, good understanding of the political situation, even though, like, we are not politicians, you know, we don't aim to be politicians. But you can see that we actually understand how the politics look like on the ground. That's why we try to address that. So the Youth Climate Council Global Alliance actually aims to inspire and mobilize young people to show them that it was possible in the various countries in the world with different levels of democracy, different like approach to young people, different like parties, systems, and different political views as well, and making sure that we can actually inspire others and show them, look, we are here, so you can be here as well, and we can provide you with a mechanism, we can support you throughout like the whole journey, and we are here to actually like be there for you. And this is the main aim of the YCC Global Alliance, to actually make sure that there is a platform for young people first to like experience, share like our like previous like lessons learned, but also the challenges we are facing. So very often what we realize that if one of the councils is facing a challenge, this other council will face the same challenge in half a year. So we try to actually address the same challenge that is coming up, but we wouldn't know it. If we didn't have monthly coordination calls, we would never have any idea that this challenge can come up. So our first aim is actually like share our experiences between existing councils. But our second aim is actually make sure that there are more and more young people knowing about the mechanism. Because you cannot actually say, there is no institutionalized youth engagement if you don't know how to actually approach it and how to address it and how to build this institutional youth engagement. And I think we are very lucky to know it, and majority of us, and Colombia is on a very good way to do it as well. We launched the institutional youth engagement platforms, being YCCs. So we want to also educate others. We can tell them that, look guys, don't worry, you don't have to be stressed, you don't have to actually like panic. There are different situations, but we are here for you. But our vision actually for 2024 is also to make sure that we can support advocacy on a regional level. So how we can make sure that we have councils coming from different parts of the world. You see that there is a very strong representation from Africa, Latin America, Europe, and we can actually make a difference on a regional level. So how YCCs can actually influence African Union or European Union agenda, because I think seeing that it was possible in their regions, maybe we can actually do something about it. So that's what we are trying to do, and there is a lot of interesting and very fascinating things coming up next year. So please just stay in touch with us. Margaret is an amazing person. She coordinates everything. There are people here supporting like the work, and we are there for you guys to actually also tell you what is our experience and also like share challenges with you, because what we always like realize is that there is a glorified pathway to youth engagement, and people think, you already made it, you're in Dubai, you're speaking this panel, but the amount of tears and blood that we actually had to go through to get here, to make sure that the governments at least a bit listen to us, as we heard about Costa Rica's experience as well, and Colombia, this is very difficult. So even though we are sharing the experiences now, it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy for Monica, it wasn't easy for Elise to continue fighting the government. It wasn't easy for us with the Conservative Party. It wasn't easy for Sarah, who established a council in Sao Paulo because Bolsonaro was in power. So this is actually very, very tricky, and we are happy to share these challenges as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So we're just going to give room for some questions, but for the sake of language differences, so we have a Spanish representation, we have English, we have Portuguese with Brazil coming on board, and we have Chad, who will be our first French-speaking country on the land. So for those who are thinking, oh, how do we communicate? Don't worry, we have every country, hopefully coming in from all the UN languages, and we're going to have that platform where everyone has ease flow of communication. I'm going to give room for one or two questions. Questions? Okay. Okay, so then I'm going to bring in Sarah. Oh, there's a question. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very inspiring. I was just wondering, there is different sort of advisory councils to the governments. I was just wondering how you see your role in that context. I mean, do you cooperate with any committee? Advisory boards or councils, because they are forming future policies. So it would just be great if you sort of could collaborate with them.
All right, we have 3 minutes. I'm going to share this. Since we have different perspectives, I'm going to let Elise speak. I'm going to let Ernest speak. I'm going to let Nirel speak in hopefully less than a minute. All right, let's go. Nirel?
Okay, so at least from the Costa Rica perspective, we are currently working along the youth vice ministry. But we have a very rocky connection with the environment and energy ministry. And well, the whole situation with the government is kind of difficult. But what we do is that we look for pathways. We have a really good connection with the youth vice minister. So we are really just working along with her to mobilize youth through youth committees in municipalities all over the country. And that has been our good experience with the government.
Less than a minute, Elise.
Thank you. So in the Danish Youth Climate Council, we're actually not working together with any youth, other youth councils, but the way that we are trying to involve the broad youth of Denmark is making events in different parts of Denmark, inviting the youth from these areas, and then taking their inputs into our recommendations. But someone we do work closely with is the grown-up climate council. In Denmark, we have a climate council that is supposed to assess how far the government is reaching their goals, and we do have meetings with them and coordinating, because we can say more stuff than they can, because they have to be very neutral and objective. But then they can emphasize, okay, guys, these things are very bad, what the government is doing. Can you maybe help us put emphasis on that? So we're working closely with the grown-up climate council.
In less than a minute, Ernest, if you can. Less than 1 minute.
The situation is same in Ghana, I would say, because there are a lot of events, national events that we've had that the government consults us. So we work together. We help them organize most of the events that happen as far as climate change is concerned. In Ghana, particularly the Youth Climate Council is the most known climate group. It's the most active, most known. If you find any youth filling any form anywhere in Ghana, you find the name of the organization as Youth Climate Council, because it represents every individual in the country, every youth individual in the country organization. So we work with the government. Anywhere you go, somebody will just say, he's from Youth Climate Council, you'll be looking at the person because you don't know the person is over 4,000 plus database. So we really work with the government. They advise us how any possible means they can. You know, the government will always stand and wouldn't want to associate because they wouldn't want to sign the MOUs, but they would support you and say, if you need anything, come. So there's this collaboration between us and the government, and it's always good.
Thank you so much. So we have some toolkits that you can always come up to us, showing how we have been doing it in various regions, various countries. Please speak to us. You can check us online, YCCG Alliance, on Instagram and on LinkedIn, Youth Climate Council Global Alliance. Speak to Kashak, speak to myself, speak to anyone here. And thank you so much for being our audience. And it was a pleasure moderating this session. My name is Margaret Imprim, and have a great morning. Bye.
Okay, so good morning everyone, and welcome to this panel discussion. I'm Anton Keskinen from Finland, from Operaatio Arctis. We are a youth-led science project working on finding ways to preserve the cryosphere. So we have gathered today to ask this critical question which is of an existential nature for many peoples and nations, which is, can we still slow down the sea level rise? And if yes, I hope so we can. How much and how fast can we do it? So according to IPCC, global warming is likely to exceed 1.5 degrees sometime soon, and with the IEA stating that we are on a trajectory towards 2.4 degrees of warming by the end of this century. If this occurs, we will risk surpassing critical tipping points both in Greenland and West Antarctic ice sheets. The big question now is how much can we slow down this process and how? What can we do about it? So today is the day to ask the question, what's next? What will we actually do after this COP going forwards? And yeah, so this panel will delve into the discussion about geoengineering, and especially with a focus on the Seabed curtain project, which Marianne will later on talk to in more detail. So now first, Palau is a nation state which is among countries most vulnerable to climate change. Increased sea surface temperatures, bleaching of the coral reefs, and also, of course, storm surges and sea level rise. Now, I have the honor to welcome on stage Her Excellency Ms. Ilana Victor Said, the permanent representative of Palau to the United Nations. Ms. Ilana Said represented her credentials to UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres on 16 September 2021. She's serving concurrently as a non-resident ambassador of Palau to Israel. Before her appointment, Ambassador Said was founder and CEO of the online e-commerce company Sunday Morning. Prior to launching Sunday Morning, Ambassador Said worked as a software engineer and technology project manager in New York, and as an investment banker at Lehman Brothers and Nomura Securities in Japan, Hong Kong, Singapore, and New York. Please welcome on stage Ilana Said to present your opening remarks. Thank you very much.
A great pleasure to come and speak to you all about sea level rise, which is a really big concern and what we call an existential crisis in the Pacific Islands. This year, Palau is the chair for the Pacific SIDS. We are a group of 14 island countries that are really looking for a very ambitious outcome at this COP, because a lot of our nations are atolls. That means that they are quite literally flat as a pancake, and they are at sea level. So, you know, a 2-meter rise in sea level doesn't mean, you know, you lose some beaches. It really means some of the country, in some cases, a lot of the islands will be underwater. And we also wanted to also paint the picture that even at non-drastic changes in sea level rise, when the sea level gets high enough and it doesn't go completely onshore, it still manages to cause a lot of devastation. For example, there's saltwater intrusion in the water tables. So a lot of the atoll countries are having water insecurity. So we have to start importing desalination plants and try to figure out how do we get fresh water, not just for consumption, but for agriculture. So you can tell that this sea level rise issue kind of starts at the shore, it seeps into the water table, it infiltrates clean water. People don't have clean water to drink, livestock doesn't have clean water to drink, agriculture doesn't have, you know, irrigation systems can't rely on clean water. So it's kind of this domino effect of devastation, quite honestly, that is happening as a result of climate change. We also are seeing sea level rise devastating homes. I think the Secretary General of the UN went to Kiribati, which is one of our island states in the Pacific, and he was surprised that, you know, he was sitting at somebody's kitchen, and then the king tides came, and they were quite literally in somebody's kitchen, and it's making kind of migration issues happen currently. These homes are people's homes, and they've been living in those homes for all of their lives and generations before. And it's very, very difficult, even with adaptation finance, to convince people to leave their homes. We're finding that to be a big challenge in Palau, even when we offer relocation packages. It's hard when that's all you know and you've been there all your life to convince a fisherman that all of a sudden they have to move to the mountains and become a farmer. So those are also some of the challenges that we face when it comes to sea level rise. It's kind of the migration problem, it's water insecurity, it's food insecurity. And then I think on kind of to wrap that all up, at the end of the day, if climate change continues at the rate we're going and sea level rise progresses, some of these islands will just be completely underwater. And so then that raises the issue of statehood. If you don't have an island, what does that mean? Tuvalu is another atoll in the Pacific. They've started uploading their country into the metaverse because they want to preserve their culture. And so we're starting to really think about, if we're continue on the trajectory that we're going in, it will eventually result in some countries not having any land. Kiribati also started buying land in Fiji. And so that also poses questions of, if you are a culture in a country, but you don't live where your exclusive economic zones are, then what does that mean for international law? What does that mean for kind of migration and insecurity? So just wanted to share some of those challenges that we're facing and why we're here really looking for a very ambitious outcome at this COP, specifically on making sure that we have very high outcome for mitigation, including the phase out of fossil fuels. And that's really because of all the things that we shared with you with regards to sea level rise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ilana. Maybe you can... Thank you very much, Ilana, for that introduction. I now have honor to welcome on stage Marianne Hagen, who is a former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs in Norway, currently working in the University of Arctic, where Marianne is responsible for government relations and communications for the University of Arctic Tipping Point Action Program. Please, welcome on stage, Marianne. Oops.
Thank you so much, Anton, and thank you so much, Your Excellency. It's been so important for us to have you here because seeing is believing, but we cannot all go to Palau. So having you here, telling us about the way you look at your future is critically important when we discuss these issues. Also, for the same reason, we chose to have a youth moderator, because these discussions about these very difficult and complex questions about is there possible to do something about the climate consequences cannot be a discussion just between different camps of scientists. It has to be a discussion that not only involves, but is centered around those that are most affected and the young people that are actually going to be there. And if you think about it, the people that are born this year are just about old enough to run for president in the US in 2100. So those people already live, and they must have, a place at the table. So particularly involving the SIDS and the young people, super, super duper important. So the question is, can a seabed curtain, can this very surprising or kind of wild idea actually have an impact on the SIDS future? The answer is we don't know that yet, but still. I want to say that this is not my idea by any means. This is serious science led by Professor John Moore at the University of Lapland. He's a glaciologist. He is also the lead of the U-Arctic thematic networks for frozen Arctic conservation. His main research is on climate interventions and sea level change and ice sheet dynamics. He has been a member of numerous Arctic and Antarctic and Greenlandic and Svalbard scientific expeditions. And I also want to mention that on this group of scientists, we also have environmental social scientists. And I think that is super important because you could often forget that the Arctic is not just ice. There are 4 million people living there, and a lot of indigenous groups are also living there. So let's start with this picture. This is a case science on global tipping points. And the thing is, if you look at it, you have the Arctic winter ice, you have the permafrost, you have the Greenland ice sheet, you have the Labrador Sea, and you do have the West Antarctic ice sheet. And those critical Earth systems, they are at risk at 1.5 degrees temperature increase. And that means that even if we are all hoping for a very successful outcome of this COP, and that the world really, really delivers on everything they promised on reducing CO2 emissions, the feedback loops in nature, and the fact that not the fact, but the probability that we will already pass 1.5 next year, gives us a reason to really dive into this and ask these questions. So, is it possible to do anything at all to prevent this collapse of ecosystems? Then we go to sea level rise. It is probably the most harmful effect of climate change. And we know that the melting inland glaciers are the second largest contributor to sea level rise. We do know that the temperature rise in the polar regions, where you find not the only ice sheets, you also find them in the Himalayas, and that is also extremely important because it's fresh water for billions of people. But that's another discussion for another panel and another event. But we know that the temperature rise in the polar regions are 3 to 4 times higher than the average global average. That is severe and significant. And we also know from the glacier melting that 50% is surface melting. We cannot do anything about that. But the next 50% is from the melting from beneath. That is the question. Is it possible to do something with the melting from beneath? So this project and the work led by John Moore is aiming at looking at, is it possible to limit the global sea level rise by delaying and slowing down the melting of specific glaciers in Greenland and in Antarctica? That's what we are trying to find out. So the big challenge is Antarctica, and more specifically, the Thwaites Glacier. As you can see from the colors here, it's the more mass, the redder the color. So the Thwaites Glacier is called Doomsday Glacier for a reason. It's about the size of Florida. It will collapse at one point. The question is when. And when it collapses, it will rise this global sea level by about 1 meter. And 1 meter doesn't sound very much, but it is. And when the ambassador talks about you have king tide in your kitchen, adding another meter should give you some, pictures in your heads and images to think about. So how do the scientists think that this could be done? What we do know is that there's warm water on the seabed. On contrary to what you would think that the hot water is on top and then it gets colder and colder. It is the opposite, because the surface water literally is mixed with ice, melting ice, so it's literally at freezing temperature. But we do know that deep down on the seabed, you have these warmer currents of water approaching the ice sheet. This is what the Thwaites Glacier look down the center line. So we are not that many, so I can walk over here. Here you see, this is the cold water, this is the ice shelf, and then you have the warm water, and this is called the grounding line. So when the warmer water eats on the ice from the underneath, it suddenly flows over, and suddenly you have an increased rapid melting of the ice sheet. And this glacier, it works like a cork in a bottle. It holds back the massive ice sheets inland. So then these scientists ask, what can we do? Is it possible to physically block those warmer seabed rivers from actually reaching the ice? Can you build something physical that will stop it? And so this is the basic idea. I don't know where something happened here. Here is kind of the curtain, and this is the glacier. So, and this is a natural threshold. So what they're trying to do is to stop the warmer water here from going over the threshold and into the fjord. And a picture that really kind of helped me. This is a really simple idea, but it's also helpful to understand what we're talking about. If you all think about a frozen storage for, let's say, Norwegian salmon or Greenlandic halibut, you can have 30 degrees minus on one side, and then you can have, if you're in Thailand or in Palau, you would have a much higher temperature on the outside. Still, this truck with the frozen fish can pass through these curtains and still keep the hot temperature on one side and the cold water on the other side. So this is the very simple idea. But of course, there's nothing simple about this project, nor the solution or the implications, the governance, and the actual deployment if we get to that point at some point in the future. So the reason we want to discuss this now is that if Palau, if the young generations that are running for president in 2001 wants to do something then when it becomes really, really urgent, we have to start this discussion now. We have to find out all things that can go wrong. We have to figure out we have to kind of correct every mistake. We have to develop this and do it stepwise. We cannot start in Antarctica. It has to start at a much, much lower level. I will not spend more time on this one. I would just say that starting in Greenland could be an option if the Greenlanders want to. That would be totally up to the Greenlanders, and maybe something that Palau would like to discuss with the Greenlanders without the scientists. I don't know. And it has to be stepwise approach to this. You have to start tank testing. Hugh from Cambridge will talk about that in a minute. And you have to be very transparent on all things that all the steps that will make progress, and also all the things that doesn't work. So we have total transparency on all results. And my question as a politician through decades of trying to do something with the climate change challenges is, do we owe it to future generations to see if there are solutions that can actually help in this regard? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marianne. So we've heard the real-life experiences and the devastating consequences of sea level rise, and also Marianne now explained the concept behind seabed anchor curtains. Next, I would like to ask you to come over to the panel, and I will also introduce Professor Hugh Hunt on stage. Hugh Hunt is a professor in engineering at the Department of Engineering, University of Cambridge, and chair of the Cambridge Climate Lecture Series. Hugh is now working on climate repair in the Center for Climate Repair at Cambridge University. So my first question is, Hugh, for you about, you have told me about working on the seabed anchored curtain project, also in lab, but also in the River Cam. So could you just expand a bit on that? Tell me more about that.
Yes, thanks, Anton. So we have a Centre for Climate Repair in Cambridge, and we're looking at all sorts of aspects on how we should deal with global warming, but in particular, how we might refreeze the Arctic. And refreezing the Arctic, lots of strategies, cooling the air, reflecting sunlight, thickening the ice. But the seabed curtains is a very exciting project. And as Marianne said, it's important to model, do computer modeling of what goes on in how these seabed curtains work. But to validate them, it's not that easy to go out into the Arctic or the Antarctic and build these things, huge things. Best to build small models of them and check that they work. So this is just a little picture of what we're up to in Cambridge. We have a water tank, and this water tank up here in the lab is used by lots of different researchers to measure different things. Down the bottom right here, you'll see a picture of a car, the red car, and the flow around the car is being measured in a water tank. Turns out that it's much easier to see things in water than in air. You can put dye in, you can have colors, it makes things very easy. So what we plan to do is to make a model of a seabed curtain and to change how porous it is. Has it got holes in it? How heavy is it? And to try different things and to see if it fits with the computer modeling. And one of the tricky things is what to measure. Do we measure things with colored dye? How do we using pressure sensors, flow sensors, cameras? And the great thing in Cambridge is that we've got lots of students, and students are very excited about helping to fix climate problems. And on the next slide, we're looking at then going out into the field. It happens that this place just near Cambridge is a place that I like to take my dog off for walking, so we've got a free assistant who can fetch things for us. But the river, you'll see Cambridge, you may have visited, we can't do anything in Cambridge itself, but the river goes out of the town and into the countryside, and this person owns this house, and the river goes through his back garden, and he says, come and do your experiments here. And it's fantastic. We've got a flowing water lab. So it's very exciting, Marianne, to be involved with this project and to find out more about how these seabed curtains will work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, we are now in a dire situation, as we all know. The sea level will rise to some extent in the future, but we have this risk of even catastrophic sea level rise from the ice sheet. And these brilliant people are working on how to maybe do something about it. So, Ilana, how does this all sound to you? And could you see some kind of pathway for building a maybe coalition between small island states and science teams and these research teams? What do you think about this?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's very important to have these kinds of events because what I've noticed that a lot of people don't really realize like the linkages between the ice sheets and the glaciers and sea level rise, and that's always been a really big surprise to me. People just think that sea level is coming from somewhere without recognizing that it's all interconnected. So I certainly think that coalitions between small islands and most vulnerable states are with countries that are kind of in the Arctic or the Antarctic or have solutions for those ecosystems are important. I will say that I think right now the battle that we're trying to fight is to make sure that we don't have to implement these solutions. And I think we need to be very clear about that. We are still fighting hard for us to keep within 1.5 degrees. But it's a really big battle. But I also think that we need to really come together as countries of the entire world, honestly, and say that it's still within reach. I think it is important that we start thinking about edge cases and worst case scenario. But really, I think our focus and our energy should be, we need to stop burning fossil fuels, and we need to transition to renewables. And that's the only way that we can stop the warming of the planet, which will eventually result in that. So there are a lot of other geoengineering research projects, for example, with sinking seaweed and other things like that that would suck out carbon. And I think all of these research is very important and progress is important, but I ultimately hope that it doesn't take our focus away from the thing that we need to fight at this COP, and that really is to stop burning fossil fuels.
Absolutely, yeah. Please, round of applause for this, because this is something I believe we all agree on, and that's the 90-something% of the work we have to do is to stop burning the fossil fuels. My next question is, Marianne, for you. You have told me quite a touching story or reason behind for why you are working in this topic. Could you tell me something about that?
I can do that. I just want to echo what the ambassador says here. That job number one, the focus for everybody, individuals, companies, nations, everybody has to be reducing, cutting emissions as soon as possible, and that has to happen. That's priority 1 to 99, I would say, and then this that we all hope will never be necessary is something that some can prepare for as a backdoor, but it could not be. It's not a solution. It is a desperate attempt to avoid the worst consequences. So I had an experience. I was in Tonga for a Samoa Pathway midterm conference, and when I was there, I was invited by the elders in Tonga for a discussion on the way they saw their future. And it was just a very significant moment in my life, sitting with these old men, a group of them, and hearing them talking about, with tears in their eyes, how they felt about trying to lead their people into a future that they knew from what they could see on the erosion on their sea shorelines, the damages on the sea walls that they had already in place, that there was no future that they could convince their young people that would actually happen. And that just made a huge, huge impression on me, because we are so fortunate, and when you're living in the north, we are just the very most privileged people on earth, and we also cause all this trouble. So I feel a huge responsibility to do my part to see if there's anything I can do to try to repair, to do amends, and we have to understand that this looks so different from a Tonga perspective than it looks from a Norwegian cabin, where the biggest worry is that it's so expensive to use your jacuzzi in the wintertime. Those worlds have to be connected, and today they're not, unfortunately.
Thank you, Marianne. Of course, when talking about what's going to happen with the ice sheets, there is a lot of uncertainties there, and we can just try to gather all the information and try to take the good risk analysis out of it. One recent paper from British Antarctic Survey they just put out suggests that the Amundsen Sea sector, where Thwaites Glacier is, would keep on warming for at least this century, even in the ambitious emission pathways, which is just terrifying to hear. So my question is, Hugh, for you about the time frames. As we should be cutting emissions like a lot quicker than now, how do you see the time frames? Like, what response will we see with emission cuts when talking about these ice sheets? And could Seabed curtain, what role does Seabed curtain play in that scenario?
Well, thank you, Anton. I mean, the ambassador put it very, very clearly that we've got to stop burning fossil fuels. But it is unfortunate, as you say, that certain processes are locked in, not by our unwillingness to do some stuff in the future, but from what we've done in the past. And unfortunately, we cannot go back and change what's gone in the past. And what is locked in at the moment is further melting. Even if we stopped burning fossil fuels today, what is locked in? Because the oceans are warmer, because all the things we know about, that further melting is locked in. So the question we just don't yet know is how much further those glaciers will melt, and how much further sea level rise is locked in. You can model things as much as you like, but we just don't know. So my general principle is, I've been a scout leader and taking young people on camps and things, and the motto is be prepared. And I think you have to be prepared. So you go away on a scout camp with some young people, and of course you take spare everything. You take spare water, you take spare everything. We've got to be ready. And when you go away on these scout camps, you hope to come back with those bottles of water unused, and with your first aid kit unused, and with your splints for broken legs unused, but you still take them with you. So that is why we're doing this research, because we hope not to use these seabed curtains, but when we come to needing them, and I fear we will need them, we want them to work. If in 5 years' time we haven't got some good idea that they will work, in my view, that's too slow. Because in 5 years' time, the Arctic will be 5 years worse than it is now, and that won't be looking good. So the timescales are short. So you asked me about timescales. They are short for the Arctic and for the Antarctic. Arctic is shorter than for the Antarctic because with floating sea ice, water gets underneath the sea ice and it melts the sea ice very quickly. And the sea ice will be gone in 10, 15 years' time. And then we lose reflectivity, the albedo, and that speeds up the warming from above as well as from below. So timescales are short.
Thank you, Hugh. Thank you for your answer. What I've seen is that this whole topic of climate interventions or geoengineering is very divisive and kind of polarized. We see a lot of even opposition even for the research. And as you said, I also agree with you that we should be prepared and do the research to find out if there is some responses in these dire situations that we could have on hand. So my question, Ilana, for you is that do you see there could be a sort of pathway for creating like a coalition between the small developing island states for supporting this research or like stating out loud that this could be helpful, we might need this research? What do you think?
Well, I cannot speak collectively for the Pacific Islands because each of these 14 states are independent and have their own foreign policies and things of that sort. To be honest, I don't have an answer for you because I will say that the collaboration between Nordic countries and kind of Arctic, Antarctic coalitions and the Pacific has been quite sparse. So I think that's perhaps a good start, is that we need to start speaking with each other to learn more about what this research really entails. I think a lot of the research that's been coming to Palau and to the Pacific is more geared at, how do you adapt within the context that we can contribute to. So there's things like seaweed sinking and how to build resilient coral reefs and mangrove, different kinds of nature-based solutions, but we haven't really heard very much or know very much about what it takes in these kind of more polar regions. So I think a first step is to maybe start some conversations and try to learn more about them before we kind of can embark on whether or not that's something that we can work on together. I think the one thing that we do know is that if we stop burning fossil fuels, we will stop the warming of the world. And there's also, but as you said, it will. What we've done needs to also be reconciled with, and so I think research to understand what that really means is important. And so I'd say I think we start conversations and take it from there.
Thank you, Ilana. And I think this is the start for this conversation. I have just one very short question for you, Marianne, before turning into Q&A. What do you think, Marianne? Who should be paying for this research? Because it needs, or even the possible implementation, because there is a lot of money we would need for that.
There's no point in talking about the implementation anytime soon. But
right.
The research, I think, who should pay for it? It's the usual suspects. I think countries should pay for it. I think oil companies that are producing oil today should not pay for it at all. They should be kept in another room. I think that energy companies that have transformed are on a transformation journey could be interesting. Of course, there's a lot of philanthropists, but we have to make sure that this is not yet another excuse from the fossil industry to distort or change the direction of the discussion. This is not about that at all. So we have to make sure that that doesn't happen again. They have succeeded before, and this time they cannot succeed. So reduction of emissions has to be point number one. That doesn't answer your question, who should pay for it. It should be national research institutions and philanthropists. That's who I say. But I think that to move this discussion forward, and I do think that we have had a good climate around these discussions at this COP, more scientists. I say again that the more skeptic scientists there are out there that want to be in the same room discussing these solutions, the better. We don't need just the congregation. We need all the diverse voices to find good solutions there. So that's equally important as the financing, I think.
Yes, I agree. Thank you, Maren. I will now turn into Q&A if there are some questions from the audience. Yes, back there, please. Thanks, Nadia. Please introduce yourself briefly. Yeah.
Yes, hi, Jessie O'Reilly, Indiana University. Thank you. This was really interesting. Hadn't heard about these potential solutions before. I do a lot of work in Antarctica, including in Antarctic governance and environmental protection. My questions are maybe in the River Cam experiments, what ecosystem responses occur when you put curtain into a body of water. And the second question is more of a comment. To put it down at Thwaites Glacier would require the agreement of all the Antarctic Treaty Parties, so entirely geopolitical process in a very slow-moving governing body. So I'm wondering if that has been anticipated or discussed. Thanks.
All I can say about our experiments in the river, the plan is to put this thing in at the beginning of a day, do some measurements, and then take it out again the same day. It's not something that stays there. So we're not expecting there to be a big impact in this small part of the river. But when it comes to impacts in the real world, probably we'd start with smaller installations in the Greenland glaciers, where there are indigenous communities who are interested in how it might help to restore fishing. So where it's a local, regional activity with support from local people. We're doing some work, for instance, with the Great Barrier Reef in Australia, where the indigenous people there are very happy that we're helping to deal with the problems facing the Great Barrier Reef. I don't know whether, Marianne, you want to say anything more on that topic?
Not on that topic. But I could comment on the Antarctic Treaty. That's not going to be easy. There is nothing here that is easy. Reducing emissions is maybe the easiest part, and we all know how easy that is. So, but just because it's big, just because it's extremely difficult, doesn't mean that we should not prepare in case we need it. The task is big, but that's not an excuse for not looking at it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's another question there. We have around 5 minutes left, so if we could have the questions and answers briefly, that would be nice. Thanks.
Thank you so much for everything. I think, as many of you have mentioned, it's quite important to start these discussions. But I think that we're missing indigenous voices here. And I think my question is, like, in this specific project, have you been involving indigenous people from Greenland from the very beginning of these projects?
I think I'm the closest one to answer that question. And I would say, in the name of being transparent also on what doesn't work that well, that has been the goal from day one. This scientists, core scientists are at the University of Lapland. Having the involvement with indigenous people is priority number one. That's also why the environmental social scientist is very active on this. We got actually Nordic Council funding for the Grisco project in Greenland to involve and co-design with the local communities. Has it been a great success? I wouldn't say so. It has been difficult to get a really good conversation and a good collaboration with the locals. I think that is one of the things that has not been as successful as it needs to be if we are moving forward on anything of this.
Thanks, Emily. I don't know if it's on or not. Emily, University of Colorado. Two quick questions. I was wondering if you could say more about what is going on with the Great Barrier Reef, whether that's marine cloud brightening or something else. And then I guess my bigger question is, how do you avoid, what's the strategy for avoiding the moral hazard, right? We see this right now with the language of the unabated and carbon capture, use, and storage, which that's a code word for, and we know those technologies are really problematic and have all sorts of environmental justice implications. What's the strategy for avoiding that with these?
So yeah, the answer to the first question is it's marine cloud brightening that they are trying to do for the Great Barrier Reef. How can we avoid the moral hazard, which means exactly that? How can we avoid the situation where even talking about these ideas would do harm for the emission reduction agenda? That is a really good question. Do you have any ideas on the panel? 50% of what funding?
Not only in the research, but in the communication.
Right.
No, I'm not a panelist, I don't want to, but you were looking for an answer, so I'm just suggesting one,
yes.
Is to actually fund real like effort into this, and perhaps also like wondering, I mean, the platform we are giving to these moral questions here.
I can shortly say that one thing that I believe might be true is that we can avoid the moral hazard better if we are active in framing the situation and not letting fossil fuel companies or the organizations they are funding talk on the Fox News and telling about how this could be a substitution for emission reduction. So I think civil society has to be very active in this, and scientists also.
On this question of the moral hazard, mitigation deterrent, that by doing this kind of thing, we are less motivated to stop burning fossil fuels. I think that people are seeing the fact that we are looking into these things, the fact that we're looking into scary things like sulfate aerosols in the stratosphere, is really people are seeing, gosh, is it really that bad? And people are saying, we don't want any of this stuff. And so I suspect that the moral hazard argument, the mitigation deterrent argument, maybe it's not as strong as we're all worrying that it is. We've got to be clear that this stuff we're doing now is highly speculative, highly undesirable, and we really don't want to be doing it. And the more we say that, it's not an easy fix. It's not an easy way out. And so that's what we've got to keep saying that. Keep saying that.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Maybe I would like to give the final word for you, Ilana. Thanks. Thank you so much for coming here. What would be your final message from this discussion?
Yeah, thank you. I found this to be a very informative session, and I have to admit I learned a lot from your presentation. I think, exactly as you said, these are scary things that we're trying to figure out, and I think we have to acknowledge that we're doing that because it's looming in front of us. I do think that we need to be very strong on that the solution is the phasing out of fossil fuels, and that we need to focus a lot of our energy, and our efforts and our resources there. If you look at the IPCC report in terms of cost per ton, the wind and solar, very, very cheap, and it goes into carbon capture. And they're really recommending that those are edge case solutions for hard-to-abate industries. And I think we need to make that the case. Like, this is a doomsday scenario. We do not want to go there. We do need to allocate some funding because the world sometimes doesn't cooperate as it should. But these are, I think the COPs are really unique situations where the world can come together and shift the direction of the trajectory, and that's what we're trying to do here. It remains to be seen if that's going to happen, but I think we need to keep trying. Yeah, thanks.
Let's keep on trying. Thank you very much.
In a world of plenty, it is outrageous that people continue to suffer and die from hunger. Global food systems are broken and billions of people are paying the price. Transforming food systems requires all hands on deck. It is outrageous that people continue to suffer and die from hunger. Global food systems are broken and billions of people are paying the price. Transforming food systems requires all hands on deck.
Here in Rome, we have the chance to start a new journey towards global food security.
Good morning, everyone. It's my great honor and pleasure to welcome you today to this event on converging food systems and climate actions organized by the United Nations Food System Coordination Hub and the Nordic Council of Ministers. We are very happy to welcome you on this event. As you have seen in this video, it was about the food system stock-taking moment. We are keeping the momentum. We are grateful for the COP28 presidency for keeping the momentum around food systems and the climate action. My name is Khalid Al Tawil. I am the program coordinator of the Food System Coordination Hub, and I will be happy to and proud to do the moderator role today. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Stefanos Foto, Director of Food System Coordination Hub, to do the welcoming remarks.
Khalid, thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. I'm an environmental economist by background. I wanted to become a historian, actually. The problem was that the Greek educational system classifies you according to your grades on some subjects. And I was horrible in ancient Greek language. I was not performing well. And that didn't allow me to choose the branch that would allow me to become a historian. I was extremely good in maths, physics, chemistry, and I became an environmental economist. I don't regret it, it's amazing. But I always like to say stories. So I want to share with you in the next 2 minutes a story that for me it's a fascinating story that tries to change the world. And it's the story of food system transformations. And I was brought into this story only the last 2.5 years, but I discovered that it's a story that goes way back. David Nabarro told me that it started in 2009, at some point when food systems were brought into the spectrum of the UN. And then we had, of course, the very big recognition of the food systems as accelerators for the 2030 Agenda in the 2019 Global Sustainable Development Report, the Food System Summit in 2021, the Stocktaking in 2023, there is the G Summit, and now the COP28. So what's the lesson I get from this story? That when you start something on the basis of science, when you start something on the basis of demand, because everybody understands how important the food systems is for climate and for the SDGs, you can have only successes. I was fascinated yesterday with the Food and Agriculture Day here. I said to Karen this morning that this is the second most important day I've ever become in a COP. The first was in Paris in COP28, the day that the Paris Agreement was approved. And I think that this momentum that it's kept here, it needs to continue for the next 2 to 3 years at least. So in the UN Food System Coordination Hub, in direct cooperation with the COP28 presidency and our strategic partners 4SD, we have put together an initiative, we call it the Convergence Initiative, to put together actions, ideas, dialogues, tools, frameworks that they can help the countries to look at the two agendas of food systems transformations and climate action as one. And actually bring into these additional agendas, why not the biodiversity agenda, the pollution agenda. These days here, in every corner of this COP, you see various things happening on food systems. This morning, there was a very interesting organization, the Asia-Pacific Organization on Debt and Budget, of small farmers that they're asking justice for them. Yesterday, the presidency had this big event on the Emirates Declaration. I think we have the components. We have the Emirates Declaration. We have the call for action of the Secretary General. Yesterday, we have another call of action of the Climate Action Champions that they put out with over 200 signatories on this, over 150 countries. So all the elements are here. What we need, I think, now is to move from the political will to the action. And at the same time, I would humbly say to have a second track that food systems is not only part of the blue zone agenda, but food systems become in the next COP a very big element of the internal agenda. So I thank you very much and looking forward to listening to your ideas as this discussion will contribute to make the Convergence Initiative better and serving the countries and the stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Stefanos. I agree that we have all the elements for food system transformation. Now it's the action time, and I would like to invite Her Excellency Kalman to provide some welcoming remarks. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Khaled, and Stefanos, thank you very much for your engagement and your straight talk. And being here and being present and cooperating with us is truly, truly something that is important, and we appreciate it so much, because transformation of, here we talk about agri-food systems, should be part and parcel of climate action. And that is the starting point for this event. We know the imperative of climate action, and we know the urgency. So to quote the UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, from just a few days ago, he was saying, we are living through climate collapse in real time. So the need to take action is indisputable. And while I cannot claim to have full manual for what to do, I know with certainty that food systems transformation will have a powerful positive impact on our environment and on the climate. And importantly, it will benefit our health and our well-being. Transforming food systems from production to consumption will take time, effort, and resources. And it will also take knowledge and research. So we need the best available data and lessons learned to inform our actions. And that is the topic for this event. And of course, it will also take political leadership. So the speakers in this high-level panel will explore best practices, identify opportunities and challenges. And they will also share, I hope, their thoughts on what is needed to enable a food system transformation. So what a COP it has been, I agree, so far for health and food. We have seen one declaration on climate and health and another declaration on sustainable agriculture, resilient food systems, and climate action. And combined, these declarations provide an important acknowledgement about the interconnectedness between health and climate and food and climate. And it is a political commitment for action. So there are no pathways to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees that do not include changes to our food systems. We have a long tradition of close cooperation on food and nutrition in the Nordic countries. As an example, we have been coordinating, well, actually since the 1980s, with the Nordic nutrition recommendations as a joint scientific base for national food-based dietary guidelines. We just call it the NNR, Nordic Nutrition Recommendations, we refer to it, and it guides the composition of meals in the public sector, including, of course, also the very important school meals. And it also forms the basis of our front-of-pack food labeling, thus guiding consumers in their everyday lives. So this year, we took another brave step because it was for the first time ever that we integrated environmental aspects. And I put it down here. I hid it underneath, but here it is. I think it's important to also show, because here it is. This is a massive tome of evidence-based recommendations in, I would say, the globally leading publication of its kind. And it guides us how to eat, both for our health and for the health of our planet. And it took political leadership and vision to steer this scientific collaboration of 40 years to steer it in a new direction. So this NNR, it's an open source, it's accessible for everybody, and we are confident that it can provide a tool for other regions and countries to use in their work, because it provides a framework for healthy and sustainable eating that can be adopted to national contexts. So this is an important contribution that we know several countries in different regions are actually already using as a reference. So I share this with you today as we need to explore ways to incorporate food system strategies, international policies, and institutional structures. So we already have many encouraging examples on how health, food, and climate change linkages can be translated into concrete actions at country level, and we will hear more about it in this event. So before I hand over to you, Khaled, to guide us through this session, I just want to make a short commercial break, or just flag that this evening we are hosting an official side event on health, climate, and food within the official UNFCCC program, together with Finland and WHO, and it will take place in side event room number 4 at 6:30 p.m. And we have more information in the bag in this small one, and we have a roll-up out there. So I really hope to see you there tonight as well. Thank you very much, Khaled.
Thank you so much, Karin, for nicely setting the stage for the next discussion, the panel discussion, and also for explaining the preconditions for a sustainable future where food systems can contribute mutually to climate action. Now it's my great pleasure to invite the panel members. I would like to start by Dr. Stephanie Morris, Senior Climate Adaptation Coordination in USDA, please. Dr. Patrick Caron, CGIAR System Board Member, and my friend also Christopher Hamel from the COP28 team. Please come in. How are you? Okay, so we start with you, Stephanie. Yesterday, at the launch of the Emirates Declaration on Resilient Food Systems, Secretary Velsak mentioned that the US is dealing with the dual challenge of food security and the climate action. This is very central to the USA, not only at the national level, but also in helping other countries implementing the Emirates Declaration and facing the dual challenges of climate change and achieving also SDG 2. Can you share with us some your insights on how the US is doing this?
Yeah, I will try and kind of echo some of Secretary Vilsack's message and then also kind of build on it with some of the insight I have from my role as a Senior Climate Adaptation Coordinator at USDA. But first, I want to thank you and the Nordic Pavilion for hosting us here today. And I think even though yesterday was Food and Agriculture Day here at COP, you know, the energy that we've seen from the Leaders' Declaration on day 2 all the way to the end here, there's still so many competing events on food and food systems. You know, the energy that has been brought to this COP and the focus on this, I think, is really great. You know, we still have a long way to go, both in the United States and abroad, to build food systems that are adapted and resilient to the impacts of climate change, while also sustaining the economic well-being of farmers thank you, and rural communities, and ensuring food security. And so, as you said, here at COP28, Secretary Vilsack, the Secretary of Agriculture in the United States, has described his vision, that political will, and then also the actions that USDA is taking to create an economy that is simultaneously supporting rural communities, meeting the global demand for renewable energy and climate-smart goods, and also achieving our climate goals. And our strategy in the U.S. also aims to address trends in the United States towards fewer farms and bigger farms. And when we leave small and mid-sized farmers behind, the rural economies and communities suffer and are weakened, and it threatens our food security and safety. And this is, you know, applicable in other countries as well. And so our approach at USDA is to create multiple income streams to address these multiple challenges. Sorry, I got that. And so, you know, we're doing some of the ways that we're doing that Secretary Vilsack described yesterday is through incentivizing the voluntary adoption of climate-smart agricultural practices. And part of that, an important piece of that is also quantifying the outcomes of our climate actions by bolstering our measurement, monitoring, and verification. We're also trying to create these better and new market opportunities for agricultural products, strengthen local and regional food systems, and then investing in infrastructure and clean energy in rural America. At the same time, we know that the agriculture and forestry sectors are uniquely vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. And so through climate adaptation planning at USDA, we've identified key vulnerabilities to the department, but also the people that we serve. You know, climate change threatens agricultural productivity, water quantity and quality, the communities that are uniquely exposed to the impacts of climate change, and also the infrastructure and public lands that we manage as a department. And so we have these cross-cutting departmental actions to address these risks. They include investing in soil and forest health to build resilience, increasing our capacity for outreach and education, and that's true both, you know, externally but also internally within the department. We are investing in prioritizing research and development that addresses both climate adaptation and mitigation, and strengthening the climate literacy and the capacity of our staff to address these challenges. So building on this overarching framework of our department adaptation plan, our sub-agencies within USDA have also created their own adaptation plans because they all have really unique missions, and then they touch the food systems in really different ways. And so I just have a couple examples to give you. So one example is USDA's Animal Plant Health Inspection Service. They're using climate projections to map where the habitats for different pests, how it will change in the future, and using that to design their surveys. And they're also trying to extend that work to the Biotechnology Regulatory Service to inform how they design their future policies and plans. The Foreign Agricultural Service, in their international work, is already integrating language in their funding opportunities to make sure that any projects that they're supporting are taking into account climate risks, but also thinking proactively about actions that they can take to manage those risks in the projects. And then the Natural Resources Conservation Service, which provides valuable financial and technical assistance to U.S. farmers. They're trying to integrate this climate thinking into the work that they do. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. And thinking about the dual challenges of water security and climate change, and how they serve farmers, particularly in the Western United States. So those are kind of really specific climate actions, but I also want to highlight the role of USDA's rural development agencies. And while they're not necessarily doing actions that are clearly labeled as climate, they're doing important work in rural America to encourage adoption of climate resilient building codes, and strengthen rural energy infrastructure and water infrastructure. And then are also investing heavily in rural broadband. And investing in these underlying vulnerabilities in the rural communities will help make them more resilient to the impacts of climate change. And so I think that those are actions that are maybe not necessarily climate specific, but are really important in moving us forward. So I do want to, it sounds like we're doing all this great stuff, but we also have room to grow. In my role, I'm trying to strengthen connections with the agencies that work on nutrition and food safety, and make sure that we recognize what their impact, what their vulnerabilities to climate change are, but also the opportunities that they have to help people through the ways that they work. And so one last point on adaptation specifically is we all know that adaptation is not one and done. It's a circular process where we're constantly learning and improving and mainstreaming adaptation throughout all we do. Now, tying back to the bigger picture here, as we transition in the US and globally to more sustainable, resilient food systems and agricultural systems, and advance all of the Sustainable Development Goals, we need to keep in sight the importance of sustainable productivity growth. We can't reach our food security, poverty, environmental, climate, any of these goals without improving the efficiency of the resources that we put into the system. And so the United States and USDA at the UN Food Systems Summit in 2021 launched the Coalition of Action on Sustainable Productivity Growth, or the SPG Coalition. And so since then, the coalition has grown to include more than 120 countries and other members from regions across the globe. And then just earlier this year, they released a compendium, I think, of over 100 case studies to demonstrate best practices and lessons learned from around the world. So while many of our conversations around agriculture and food systems might tend to focus on SDG 2, as we take this food systems approach, and as USDA is doing to tackle these challenges around food security, and rural development, and climate change, will naturally spill over to advance our efforts across all the SDGs. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. This is a very comprehensive answer, a lot of lessons to be learned, but I would challenge you with one more question before we go to Patrick. This is very important, and I think it is achieving many results at the US level. In the Emirates Declaration, you have 151 countries who signed off to this declaration. Many of them are developing countries. So what would you see as the most important priority for countries that might not have the financial and the capacities to do this kind of work?
Yeah, obviously investment is an important piece, but on adaptation specifically, which is what I focus on, is a lot of it's about mainstreaming our thinking as well, and not necessarily doing additive things, but integrating this thinking into the work that we're already doing. I will note that we partner with the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, and through the President's Emergency Plan for Adaptation and Resilience, or PREPARE, which I know there were some events on earlier this week, addressing food security and climate change and climate adaptation is one of the key goals there. And so we are working with our partners and to build new channels of investment and resource and information sharing to make sure that we're bringing everyone along with us and not leaving the rest of the world behind.
Thank you so much. Now we go to Patrick. Patrick, you are not only the CGIAR System Board member, but also you are a member of the Scientific Advisory Committee of the Food System Coordination Hub. If I go back to one important publication, the Global Sustainable Development Report, it mentions that by investing $6.5 billion per year, you will be able to achieve SDG 2, and you can also cut emissions to be in line with the 1.5 degrees target. What is the role of science in this? What do you see is the interface between policy, science to achieve these objectives in line with the Emirates Declaration, in line with the Convergence Initiative, and all the commitments under the SDGs? Over.
What is the role of science? It's short questions, but that calls for a huge answer. Well, thank you very much, Khaled, for this, and thank you to the Nordic Council of Ministers and to the UN Food System Hub this invitation and for this very exciting conversation. Well, I could very easily say that science, since the beginning of the history, was a very strong driver. Well, the beginning of the history, as long as science was created as a sort of institution, was a very big driver in transformation. There are so many examples. But at the moment, the political agenda is changing, as you highlighted, Stefanos. I remember not that far ago that talking about food in a climate arena was sort of a courageous type of position, and it was not an easy way to engage in dialogue. And time has changed in a very short period of time, and then this calls also to change the science. We need the science to enlighten, to look at the reality, to look at possible changes, but not in the same way that it was previously. Science has to change as well to play its role in driving or contributing to changes. I could share with you many examples from CGR research of what would be the technology or the solutions, or from my other science institution, CIRAD, many examples of technology that can contribute to this changing agenda. I will not follow this pathway. I will go in another way, and I will challenge the need for science to better contribute in the future. And there are at least 3 challenges to look and to contribute better and to look at the future. The first one is that we are going to a very uncertain world, and we are rediscovering that. And science somehow has been very affirmative and very assertive in bringing to the future. But now the role of science is also to enlighten uncertainty, to understand it, and to be prepared to the future, or to be prepared to a future that we do not know. How to go to the unknown. It's not just to forecast and to send warnings. They are very useful, don't make me wrong. And to highlight the climate change was a scientific evidence that is very useful. This is why we are here today. But we also have to explore all the plausible future and to make possible choices, political choices, according to this future. This is the difference between forecast and foresight, and we have to engage in foresight. The second big change, it's about one of the key obstacles now, and the role of science. We want to be serious in bringing science and policy interfaces forward. It's to produce actionable knowledge, not just to supply knowledge, to produce actionable knowledge that can be used for decision making. And then the second challenge is to move beyond polarization. Polarization today is something that makes decision-making so difficult. We are not here to discuss together. We are here to oppose different views and to support different views. And we have to look at it in a completely different way. And as Swaminathan, the first chair of the high-level panel of experts on UN food security, was saying, the role of science in that case is to enlighten the diversity of position and to better understand why we disagree to each other. That is how this knowledge can be the starting point of a discussion, of a dialogue, rather than just an opposition and a delegitimization of the opponent. So engaging in dialogue, engaging in institutional arrangement where dialogue are possible with specific methods, this is a role of science. The third challenge, and I will finish with that one, is that every time that there has been a crisis during the last decades, we have created an expert panel. And expert panels are great, or they were self-created, like IPCC, and the Nobel Peace Prize of IPCC is a demonstration of how useful it is. But each time there is a crisis, we create another one. We create one for food security, the HRP on food security and nutrition in 2010, and then on biodiversity, the IPBES in 2012. More recently, after COVID, we have created the One Health high-level expert panel, which is in connection with 4 UN agencies, and each of them, and I can continue, and I can show that at the national level, it's the same type of situation. It's not just global, it's national as well. And there is, each panel or each expertise, it's not science, it's expertise. It's very interesting, it's a different mechanism. But each expert panel is working in a sort of silo for very good reasons. These very good reasons are disciplinary ones, are thematic ones. They report to different political constituencies and have their own rules and patterns. Okay, but then now we have to pull this collective intelligence together. If we want to be serious about the fact that food systems are at the heart of the transformation towards sustainability, we have to create a space where we can pull collective intelligence from these different science and expertise arenas. And we begin to try to do that. We have organized recently a workshop in Montpellier. When I say we, CGAR and the University of Montpellier and its partners. It's not to create a new institution, a new secretariat, a new staff, a new body. No, it's just to structure a safe space where different experts from different disciplines, from different topics can talk to each other and can produce this actionable knowledge that we so much need. And so we will continue this initiative with the support of the UN Food System Hub. We will engage in that pathway, and the big challenge behind that is to do that not only at the global level, but to be able to organize our doubts and organize the actionable knowledge. Organizing our doubts is, David Navarro is here, and one day I have heard him saying that, and for me, it is the most noble function of science, organizing our doubts to the future. We have to do it not only at the global level, but to connect the way to do it at the local level, the way to do it at the national level, the way to do it at the global level, all together.
Thank you so much. This is very impressive, and thank you so much for being also very frank about what needs to be done and analyzing the situation. I think science should be actionable, should be accessible to everyone, to even developing countries. Most of them are struggling also with the implementation. If I can follow up with you on another small question. Yesterday, Lawrence had mentioned something that I agree fully with. When he said our food systems are not broken, but they are maybe responding to the incentives that exist now. How do you see what we need to change in the incentive system to make our food system go in the right direction?
Well, thank you for this question. It's not an advertisement, but I recently wrote a chapter which is to say food systems are not broken. If they were broken, there would be war everywhere. They are not broken, and we have to say that. They function, but the way they function is not acceptable and is not sustainable. So we have to change something. They are not broken. So I'm aligned with Lawrence, completely, fully aligned. But that does not mean that we do not have to be serious and to really change and engage to change the thing. Because if we do not do that, one day they will really be broken. It's not yet the case. And then, in fact, if we look at the past, recent past, everything, the transformation of food systems since comparative advantage theory and since the structuring and the shaping of the market at the global level, the action regime has been all focusing on increasing productivity and favoring the trade and the exchanges for very good reasons. Increase on the population and the climatic risk. So there are very good reasons to go that way. But now we just observe that the externalities that we have not taken into account are bringing us to the unsustainable. And there are two issues that I can provide as example. I'm quite sure that David, in his final remarks, could even say much more, David Laborde, about that. The number one is the difference between cost and price of food. The difference between cost and price, ahead of the summit, we published a paper that shows that the price of food is only 1/3 of the cost of food once you take into account all externalities, health, environment, social. It's very difficult to model, but it's 1/3. Of course, we will not change that from one day to another one, because it would be the revolution everywhere. But then that shows that there is a need to repurpose subsidies, to change the action regime so that the exchange, the trade, the way we produce, the way we consume is all aligned with sustainability goals, which is not the case at the moment. At the moment, it's directed to the increase of supply and to the trade facilitation, the exchange facilitation. We have to review that, and the best way to make it evolve is to change our action regime, to look at the subsidies, to repurpose it, and to repurpose them with a very clear target, which is sustainability, to prevent that one day they could be broken.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Thanks. I think also David might speak also about the FAO report on the cost of food later on. Now it's my turn to welcome Chris. Chris is representing the COP28 presidency with the Food Systems Hub. We have a very strong strategic partnership that started during the stocktaker moment. Yesterday, there was the discussion about the implementation of the Emirates Declaration. Congratulations, 151 countries, 6 billion persons, 70% of food production. Now, all eyes on you. You raise the bar. How are you going to assist in implementing, making sure that it goes beyond the declaration to implementation on the ground?
Khaled, thank you very much for the partnership, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start with a thank you to this community for working with us, for making time for us, for maybe agreeing to hitch your own wagons to this ambitious vision that we had to try to do something new in terms of motivating and galvanizing political will. It was a heavy lift. And if you see me here a bit haggard, looking like a wolf man, maybe I am somehow a representative of all the effort that it took my entire team, and then going all the way up to leadership to be able to do. So first of all, thank you. I'm happy to say it's 154. The endorsements keep coming in. We think we see a path to 160. And at that point, really you start talking more about who are the countries who aren't in, and will they be interested in aligning themselves with this agenda rather than the other way around. So it's very exciting. And I guess I wanted to align myself with your comments in different ways, if I might. First of all, Dr. Morse, as a representative of the U.S. government, thank you. To you, to USDA, Claire, I see you here. We have had many rounds trying to get to this place, finding the magic incantation that would work and that would be suitable for many different kinds of food systems and governments. But we did it. And when I was listening to you, and sort of to Khaled's point about all of the resources, the programs, the focus that just sit within your line ministry itself, right? And then part of what the declaration is intending to do is to then also open that up within governments across ministries. And I was I was just taken by the US being an example of having so much expertise, resources, programs, and then finding a way to be able to have them talk to Treasury or talk to the Department of Health and Human Services. How do you do that? Obviously, this is a massive agenda which will take many years to sort out. But the intention is at least have it being codified somewhere at the leaders level, at least gives you some political cover to be able to start having those conversations, use us as an excuse to maybe have some high-level dialogues, etc. So that's how the change happens, I guess, in part to your answer, is having this as an excuse to respond to. We will be looking to lean in over the course of our COP28 presidency, which has only just begun 2 weeks ago, by the way. So we have the entire year now. It's hard to believe. But we now have the entire year to try to mobilize action around this work. And we intend to do that. We have a sort of a check-in moment at COP29 that's written right into the declaration. So we need to use that as our first point of accountability. And we'll be asking all of the endorsing countries to lean in with us, maybe with a milestone check-in halfway through the year and then again at COP29. I was really heartened to see Brazil not only join, but then step up yesterday if you were at the Implementing the Declaration event, closing the event. We've had subsequent conversations. It's clear they want to lean in and to take the baton forward. So we are really hopeful that this, in fact, will be a bridging moment that's happening. And we really, truly are teeing something off to be able to try to get to higher heights by COP30. So that's one riff on your question. I wanted to align myself, Patrick, with your thinking, which I found to be sublime. And I think it's frankly a representative of why we, representing the UAE government here, were hell-bent on joining the CG system. And we had to do a lot of deep thinking and figure out how to get there, but we did. And I don't know if you've heard, or I'm sure you have heard, but we announced that we officially are joining as members, and I think there's so much excitement internally within this context to bring that expertise here as much as there is interest to be able to help shape and bring the expertise broadly and share it internationally. So the kind of thinking or systems thinking that you were represented in your comments really resonated or are very attractive to this government, which in many ways, very young country, 52 years old, water scarce, doesn't have a strong tradition of production, but knows it needs to somehow for its own imperatives, and really wanting to harness that. So for that reason, it was really important that innovation and evidence and science be embedded in the declaration as another domain, and that it wasn't viewed purely as one of many enabling actions, but it was actually called out because it fits very much the political DNA here, and I think as we've heard, it's really critical for the sector. So I guess if I'm paraphrasing my loose thoughts here at the end of a very intense 2-week period, we are going to be leaning in on this. We're going to be setting up sort of a milestone of action for the next 12 months to get us to COP29. We'll be asking all of you to come along with us on that journey, and you'll definitely see us at the Systems Council, if not sooner, trying to figure out how we can contribute and how we can help UAE benefit from this amazing institution. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Christophe.
Thank you, partners.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. And as you said, I think this is a collective effort. It is for the UAE presidency to lead, but I think you can count also on all the support that you can get from the UN system, from different countries, and from the science community as well. Coming back to all of you with one question, and then we go to the closing. As Stefanos mentioned in the beginning, the Food System Coordination Hub is working closely with 4SD, with David. I see David and Florence here. We are developing this convergence initiative. The idea is also to be in line with what was agreed in COP28 in Dubai, supporting food system transformation, making sure that we are also responding to the Secretary General call to action where he wanted countries to align their food system pathways with national adaptation plans and national determined contributions. This is being rolled over now. We have spoken to the national conveners, and we see that there's a huge demand for this. All of you are having different expertise. You are talking also to members. You have been engaging with them for the development of the declaration. What do you think should be important in implementing this initiative?
In terms of the convergence initiative?
Yes.
Well, in the declaration, it was important that we mentioned this idea of working across society and taking into account multi-stakeholder views. This is a very context-specific thing, and it's very different from one country, sometimes one sub-locality to the other. But despite its differences, it's the basis for good decision-making, frankly, which is consultative and is informed by not top-down thinking, but bottom-up. I've been involved in some community-based development projects, and I can tell you they were definitely the most successful. When you went to the community and you sat and you actually understood what the needs were rather than designing from capital. So I think that's essentially the promise of what the Convergence Initiative can be, right? That listening to all of society and stakeholders at various levels of action, and then using that as an aggregator to be able to land at the change that needs to happen that's appropriate for the specific context. So it makes a lot of sense that it's emerged as one of the primary tools to get the declaration done. We're fully supportive as the presidency. I guess the question is, how can we help?
Yes.
Open question. Thank you.
Okay. Stephanie, you mentioned also in your intervention that you also, in your role, you are talking to different divisions working on food security, working on nutrition. What would be an example or what something to learn from this when this convergence initiative is implemented at the national level?
Yeah, you referenced kind of like this this intergovernmental coordination, and putting, we've done a lot of work to put climate into our agriculture work, but also making sure that agriculture is well represented in other other processes, and that we're speaking up for the farmers and the ranchers and the forest landowners to make sure that their interests and their needs are represented. That is one piece that really resonated with me. So.
Thank you so much. Patrick, if you can add to this?
Well, the recent words that CGR use is, with science we can. I could stop there. But just to say that the type of science in that case is not a science that prescribes, but a science that enlightens, stimulate dialogue, stimulate convergence, and help decision makers to make their decisions in a way that takes into account the complexity and the nexus between food. Food is fantastic because it's one of the topics that brings together environment, climate, health, energy, political stability, and this is why food is important, and with science we should enlighten all that.
Very good. Thank you so much. If I can take just a summary of your last answer, I would say engaging all stakeholders, making it bottom-up, making sure that agriculture is represented in all discussions, it is not absent from discussion in other ministries, and also ensuring that decision-making is based on science and evidence-based. I would like to thank you, all of you. Before I would release you, I will ask if there's any question before we go to the final segment. Any question from participants? Yes. So 2 questions. Yeah.
Maybe for the recording.
Thank you. I'm Peter Oxen from World Intellectual Property Organization in Geneva. So this declaration, congratulations, is really great. It's there, but then of course, then what's next? And I've already heard a little bit you're pointing towards, engagement of different stakeholders. But now that we also have a representative from a line ministry here from the US, I suppose that you will be one of the actors that then may actually be somehow taking up what is in this declaration and using it for something practical. So my question is, how can a ministry like yours use a declaration like the one that's been come up for actually implementing some change in the agri-food system and climate change? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take the second question and then we answer. Give that. Let's go.
Hi, my name's Aaron Tanner. I work for World Vision in the MENA region. And we obviously have a climate change adaptation projects that are related to farming. In the forecasting or foresight of the agricultural systems for the projects that I work in, we're advising IDPs as to whether or not to go back into a kind of rural livelihood opportunity. But the science you talk of is very unclear because it's based on systems changing or not. So what would you advise IDPs going back into farming, into adaptation, into transitional agriculture, or to back out altogether because there'll be food coming from elsewhere?
Okay. I think the first question maybe go to you, Chris, mainly, or
It might have been for me. You know, having this statement, I think, you know, having a demonstrated political will is so important, both for, you know, recognizing progress and things that we're already doing, but giving us a place to identify where there are gaps and still actions that we need to take. And that applies both to you know, actions of governments, but also actions of the private sector too. You know, we're identifying these priorities where we really need to advance and move forward. And so it's while it's a statement for governments, it's a statement for all. So. Yeah.
Well, I'm not quite sure I understood, so if my answer is not directly, apologies, and we can continue. But if I understood well, you mentioned about the pathway that can be supported by evidence, technology, information from science, and whether it's compatible or not with what I suggested. And if so, I did not pay that much attention in my speech on technology. They are essential. They are key. They are options to transform agriculture. And I could take many examples from limiting greenhouse gas emission to saving the resources or maintaining the fertility. Well, a lot of them. They are all very context specific. We should remember that. But the type of science which is also very useful that I commented on is how science can enlighten the past transformation pathway and think about the different plausible futures so that decision makers can make a choice and can create the conditions, including technological, but also institutional, for change to happen according to political objectives. So the two of them are not incompatible at all, but I wanted to highlight that the second one is very much needed if we want to move from a science that is only highlighting the fact that we are going to a catastrophe and that, or on the opposite, a science that is just providing technology without having the political and social dimension of those technologies. In between, the science has a role. Otherwise, we will just remain in blah, blah, blah.
Thank you. Chris, please.
Sorry, I wanted to respond. First, on the declaration, definitely not putting words in any government's mouth. I'd say one of the opportunities that's there is being able to, frankly, put things that we know need to happen but are, frankly, politically quite challenging, and putting them in one document and then making that available for all governments, for civil society, for academics to be able to use that as a point to apply pressure, constructive pressure. For example, just simply saying in the declaration something simple like we can't achieve 1.5 without dealing with food systems and agricultural transformation. Having that be something that 154 leaders have now affirmed, that only helps the cause, right? It gives it a little bit more clarity. I would even say having the very difficult word public support in one of the paragraphs and talking about the idea of orienting public support to be supportive of this agenda. We all know it's very difficult, but we also know that it needs to happen. And it can't happen if we're not even allowed to talk about it. So that would be another real contribution that these just words start to do by setting an agenda. So that would be number one. And then number two, sir, to your point, I mean, the evidence is clear, especially if you look at Africa, rising population, largest youth population, highest urbanization rates, mostly net food importers, most amount of remaining of arable land that hasn't been developed yet. I mean, all the conditions there and all the signs are there saying you need to invest in this sector, not you don't need to invest in this sector. The question is, what specifically within the food space in Africa do you invest in? And there, I think that's the question where we're relying on, well, we need to rely on science, essentially, to help us make the determination, right? What are the crops of the future that we need to be trying to work with farmers to take that risk and bring online so they can be more effective. Anyway, so I see a lot of promise there. It's just a question of the how, it's not the if and the where. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Chris. With this very open, transparent answer, we'd like to conclude this segment. Thank you so much. Please give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. Now it's my pleasure to call my colleague David Laporte to the stage to do the closing remarks. David, yesterday FAO launched the global roadmap for the 1.5 degrees while achieving SDG 2 or vice versa. We had a conversation this morning and think this is a very challenging task. FAO is committed to do this. What are the preconditions for achieving this very ambitious target in 2 years from now by COP30?
So first we need a plan, and that's what we try with the roadmap, bringing together all the different set of actions. So in the roadmap, we talk about 120 actions divided in 10 domains, ranging from improving productivity in livestock up to education in PSD, in agronomics in Africa, for instance, because that's what the type of challenge we need and we have to deal with. And we build this also on the sense of urgencies, because you say that there is very important targets, but the world have changed, is changing, and I will say, to follow up on the discussion on science before, my main concern is potentially science was a bit optimistic about how long it will take to change, and now we really see that climate change is impacting the life of people. 2015, when we started the SDG agenda, we had 600 million people in chronic hunger. Today we have 738. We were breaking 4 of the 9 planetary boundaries. Today we are already breaking 6. Just you see how the situation deteriorated in 7 years. So we need to act, and there is at least a will to act, but it's a matter of coordination. So that's what we do with this roadmap, and also saying that, of course, we will need technology and innovation, but at the core, we have a problem of inequalities also. And when we do the climate transition, we need to make sure that we have a just transition, inequalities across countries, inequalities within countries. Without tackling this, we will not make it, knowing that climate change itself is going to hurt more the most vulnerable. So there is absolutely a need, both when we think mitigation, adaptation, resilience, thinking about that, because the SDG is also to left no one behind. So really that you see all these core principles of this world that people like to talk about, they are a reality in the roadmap, because without them, we cannot deliver on the objectives. And I will just conclude by saying that what we say that we have also, so 10 domains, 120 action, but 20 milestones that are basically necessary conditions to check if we are on track. So one is, for instance, on deforestation. COP26, Glasgow Declaration, we have to stop deforestation. We say, okay, stop net deforestation by 2025, so like this, forests and wetlands start to become a net carbon sink for the world, and stop gross deforestation by 2035 to make sure that biodiversity is protected. But just to follow up on the initial point, we also have a clear milestone about updating food-based dietary guidelines, as it has been done for the Nordic countries, integrating the best science we have on health and the best science, in some cases, we have also on the environmental impact, to make sure that we provide healthy food and healthy diets for all, today and tomorrow, based on what we know. But you see that I think that the example of the Nordic state is perfect, but we want to do this in all countries, and we cannot just paste and copy guidelines. They have to be adapted to this, and that we will need global solidarity, you know, just because we cannot just say that 1 or 2 billion people are going to be sustainable, and that's all. No. We need 8, and tomorrow 10 billion people to have access to this healthy diet, to share this knowledge. And there is this basic step, because if we don't have these food-based dietary guidelines, how we are going to guide public procurement, as it has been said, for school feeding program and so on. So I invite you to go to the website. If you want to select the website of the roadmap, you just say FAO roadmap, and normally you land on it, and you will see a lot of information. And for us, it's now a process. This is just volume 1, the starting point, the global vision, and working with the convergence process, how we bring it to region, how we bring it to country, that also in 2 years from now, we have at COP30 very concrete, even investment plan in the country that will need the support to say, okay, now we have integrated science, we have the strategic vision. What we are saying at country also is consistent with the global agenda, because a collection of countries that do their good things on their side may not add up. No? Sometimes you can actually create negative coordination problem. But so that's the road we are engaged in, and we just want to work it with all of us.
Okay. Thank you so much, David. As you said, it is a systemic approach. We need the involvement of everyone. This is not the end of the discussion on food system transformation. FAO, I think you will be reporting next COP29 on the regional plan, and then COP30 on the national implementation plans. Thank you so much for showing that this is feasible, but it requires the collective effort of everyone. Let us conclude this session. I would like to thank all the speakers and also the Nordic Council again for their partnership. We look forward to continuing working with you. Thank you so much.
welcome to the Nordic Pavilion and today's brief with a climate negotiator. We have the climate ambassador from Sweden and also the Swedish head of delegation, Mattias Frumari. Very happy for you to join us today.
Thank you.
So, first of all, I just want to ask, what's the status in the negotiations? What is the...
We're waiting mode for text. I mean, we heard the texts were coming out early this morning, then it was 9, it was 12, it was 1, so they might actually be coming out just as we sit here and speak, but we're waiting for the text package, or the presidency package, as we heard the other day, coming out.
And what's your hopes for this package?
Well, my hopes are that we can get an ambitious text. We from the Swedish and the EU side came to COP28 with a clear objective of having a commitment to a fossil fuel phase-out, but also, of course, the outcome of the global stocktake, where we want to see a call to all countries to come forward with NDCs ahead of COP30, which are economy-wide, cover all gases, and also represent an increase in emission reduction targets. And that needs to be specifically for G20 countries. And it might be, for those of you who are well versed in the Paris Agreement, there is already a commitment for all countries to come forward with NDCs. But we do feel that it's worth reminding ourselves, and it should be in the text of COP28 decision and outcomes, that all countries need to come forward with more ambitious NDCs. But then, of course, we have all the other items as well on adaptation. We're hoping to see a robust framework for the global goal and adaptation, and of course all the finance agenda items as well.
So, Mattias, you have been with the negotiations for some time. Would you say that distinguish this COP compared to other COPs?
Well, first of all, maybe just the numbers. It hasn't actually come across as the biggest COP, but it has been the biggest COP, almost doubling the size or the number of participants from last year. But I think what's also been, a key element of this COP is, of course, the momentum towards a fossil fuel phase-out. Obviously, we'll still need to see what comes out in the final text, but it's been remarkable, I would say, to see the momentum building for the phase-out and the kind of alignment across so many different negotiating groups, but of course also from other actors here, both civil society actors and the business actors as well, who have been very clear in terms of what they want to see from the outcome of COP28.
Yeah, so when you see the text that's going to come out, what would that look like to you if you're realistic? What would references to fossil fuels phase out look like in your idea?
Well, at this stage, I'd rather look to what I want to see in the text and not what's realistic. But again, what we want to see in the text is really the clear commitment for a fossil fuel phase out. And then, of course, for those of you who have been looking into the text for the GST, there have been a number of options which have been presented in the various versions that have come out. And some of those options would be no text at all. So obviously, what we want to see is really a clear commitment from COP28 in terms of the phase-out.
Yeah. So obviously, it will be like a package decision. That's I guess you will take it as a package. But if for instance, this text cross red lines, what are you prepared to do?
Well, I think for us, we came here for an ambitious outcome, and we're prepared to stay to ensure that we do get an ambitious outcome. But equally, if we see that the prospects for getting that kind of ambitious outcome are not there, I think we will need to be very clear as well in relation both to the presidency but also to the other parties, that if we're not sort of meeting the kind of criteria that we set up, we need to consider what we can, how far we can go. Obviously this is a negotiation, so at some point we will need to decide in terms of how much can we agree to and where is the balance. But at this stage, I think my sense, at least from for example from our daily EU coordination this morning, there's a very strong sense of commitment to the kind of priorities which we set out ahead of the meeting.
Yeah, so if we take like fossil fuels references aside, which issues has been the most difficult ones here at COP?
Well, I think a general reflection from the meeting itself has been the maybe sort of more consistent approach from a specific group of countries in terms of not even, in some cases, not even wanting to negotiate on substance. I mean, I had the privilege and honor to be co-facilitating the negotiations on the global goal and adaptation, for example, during the first week. And it was very clear that some negotiating groups were not willing to engage on the substance. They wanted to push it to the second week in order for it to be sort of part of the package. And of course, it's difficult as a negotiator if you have a counterpart which is not even willing to engage on trying to find the solutions, but rather more sort of recalling various elements of procedure for not wanting to engage on the substance. And I think that has been sort of, for me at least, one of the reflections coming out of this COP, that kind of approach has been more consistent across the board in various rooms.
So when these issues that are difficult in the first week, when they elevated to the political level, have you seen some sense of opening on these issues, or are they still very difficult?
I think it's still very difficult, and maybe that's one of the reasons why we haven't seen the texts coming out yet, that they are being consulted, and the attempts to find sort of what could be solutions which all parties then could be comfortable with are difficult to find. And of course, it's a good sign that they are continuing to trying to find those kind of compromises. But personally, I expect that we have a long night ahead of us.
So as you were saying, it's the first global stocktake. So this outcome or the outputs will be considered by in the national context when they taking forward their developing the new NDCs. So obviously it's important that the decision or the outcome is strong enough for countries to take home. But in that context, what was the EU and Sweden expecting out of that decision?
Well, I think in terms of the global stocktake, I mean, it is really one of our key elements for this COP. And what we want to see is an outcome which calls on all parties to come forward with new NDCs ahead of COP30 that cover all gases, our economy-wide, and also represent an increase in emission reduction targets. But also we want to see that kind of balance in the end, which in the GST, so that it also speaks to adaptation needs, it also speaks to finance. We've had a good conversation, I think, in the weeks sort of leading up to COP as well, in terms of the new targets on energy efficiency and renewable energy. From a Swedish perspective, we were also happy to be joining partners who have been sort of advocating for the use of nuclear energy. I mean, that's not part of the COP decision itself, but sort of as an outcome of the many side events which are ongoing at the same time. So for the GST, I think sort of the couple of the key words for us is ambition in terms of the new NDCs, but also that kind of balance which we feel is necessary to be able to speak to the various starting points or the different starting points which all parties have. And I mean, I think that needs to be recognized that for some countries it might be sort of the mitigation aspect which is the most important. For others it might be adaptation, and yet for others it might be finance. So the outcome also needs to speak to that sort of variety of starting points from different parties.
So do you see that the alliances or the groups in the negotiation, have they sort of stick to their groups, or are there new alliances forming depending on what kind of topic you're discussing? I mean, obviously, for instance, on the reference to fossil fuels phase out, I guess there is really a broad consensus that this is important. So this is something that you can seek, support from many groups. But how do you work with negotiation groups to build momentum to get a good decision?
Well, I think we're seeing, and this is interesting, I think, also as a sort of a reflection coming out of COVID for the past couple of years. I mean, during COVID, obviously, when we had much of work being done virtually, and also more sort of, in order to keep momentum, there were more meetings being scheduled virtually as well, including for heads of delegations throughout the year. And now, since we're out of COVID, I mean, that mode of work has actually continued, which has led us to having, for the past couple of years, we've seen quite an increase in the number of workshops and seminars and sort of activities going on throughout the year for the various work programs. For example, on mitigation work program, on the global goal and adaptation, we've had, 4 workshops per year. So that in itself also, of course, is an opportunity to build and strengthen those kind of alliances. Also given the fact that many of these workshops are taking place in different parts of the world. So of course, people travel there, that's an opportunity to build those kind of alliances. But then of course also here at the COP meetings themselves, we do have, from our perspective, we have the Nordic group, which of course is a key group in terms of, where we are strongly rooted in our joint values and the kind of approach we want to see to climate action. But also other groups like the High Ambition Coalition, which sort of meets regularly and issues statements as well in terms of what we want to achieve. The Cartagena group for more sort of on the negotiation side, which we sort of are in regular contact with. But then also all the other alliances which are forming, which not sort of necessarily speak to the negotiations themselves, but more sort of on the specific topics. We have a number of those which have been evolving over the years. The most recent one maybe being the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance, which was launched by Denmark and Costa Rica, was it 2 years ago? We're having a press conference with the BOGA just in an hour. And then, there had also been the Power and Past Coal Alliance, the Friends of Fossil Fuel Subsidy Reform, an Energy Transition Council, the Glasgow Breakthroughs. My minister, together with her Indian colleague, hosted the Leadership Group for Industry Transition yesterday and also a couple of days ago. So all of these alliances are sort of taking various shapes and forms, but all speak to, from our perspective at least, how we want to strengthen those kind of partnerships and be supporting each other, both in terms of the policy development, but also sharing best practice in terms of technology and, finding financing mechanisms as well to be able to drive forward the transition globally.
So now we're moving into the very final stages of the negotiations. We have a sort of a time or when this should be finished, but everyone knows it's going to probably be pushed. We don't know for how long. But we saw yesterday the presidency is trying new forms with Mailis, or I'm not sure if I pronounced it correctly. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So how do you see this sort of forms of negotiations that are now kind of being tested?
No, I think the mileage was really done in a beautiful setting, and I think the COP president himself was a very strong voice for an ambitious outcome. Sort of how he engaged with the ministers who were there, and it was really an opportunity for all present to be approaching the conversation in a way which we normally wouldn't do. I think for those, I wasn't there actually at that time, but for those of you who were engaged previously, it was the Talanoa dialogue during the Fiji COP, which I think was sort of similar. So there have been attempts of having that kind of conversation earlier. But to me, at least personally, I found it really appealing that we could sort of that we could gather in that kind of setting. Having said that, though, I think there was a general sense maybe after the Majlis that it didn't really meet the kind of expectations that I think our UAE hosts had hoped for. So if we should do it again, let's make sure that we sort of come to that kind of conversation also with maybe even more energy and sort of bringing the solutions to that conversation instead of sort of repeating just previous positions.
Yeah, so we have a eager audience here. Would like to open the floor for a few questions. I see one over there.
Hello, sir. Bashar Al-Halabi from Argus Media. I couldn't help but pick up mixed signals from your discussion about negotiations and how they're heading, in which direction they're heading. You spoke about momentum on phasing out fossil fuels, but at the same time you said we have a very long night in front of us. If we are to look at the scenario where we have 5 options on the table right now in terms of fossil fuels, can you tell me if some of them have been dropped off the table or the 5 options are still on the table?
Well, I mean, it's always the most recent text, which is the most sort of up to date, obviously. So, I mean, it's the number of options which were in the recent text which are still on the table. So, what we're all waiting for is the next iteration. So, let's see how many options are in there. But I mean, from a Swedish and EU perspective, what we want to see is a very clear indication of fossil fuel phase out.
Do we have any more questions?
Sorry, I work with Bashar. My name is Nader Itayim. We're very eager, as you can see. Sort of as a follow-on to Bashar's question, when it comes to the fossil fuel phase-out, obviously countries in this part of the region, given their economies are very much run on fossil fuels, they have a negotiating position that we all know very clearly. How far do you think they'd be willing to go when it comes? I mean, you say that there's a broad consensus on the issue, but there's obviously going to be staunch opposition here. We've heard from the Saudis recently, through reports and in interviews, of their position. Do you see any flexibility on their side to actually move away from that very, strong position of a no phase out, no phase down position that they hold today or as of a few days ago?
No, so far I haven't seen that kind of flexibility. But at the same time, as you're saying, and I think there is, I personally at least, I haven't seen the kind of momentum we have now for a phase out. We haven't seen that kind of momentum before. I mean, we did try last year, but I think my sense at least is that we have been more consistent this year, and we put it out early on. The EU already in, I think it was February or March, set clear that we want to see a fossil fuel phase out at COP28. So it's been part of the messaging throughout the year, and I think that also has contributed to this kind of momentum building. So, I mean, from our perspective, that is clearly what we want to see as an outcome of COP28. And there is, we do recognize that there is resistance. I think many of us have had various types of conversations, both with the Saudis themselves and other types of groupings, where that resistance has also been made very clear, and we have made our positions clear. I think it might be worth underlining that, at least from a Swedish perspective, we do understand that this poses a difficulty for countries who are fossil fuel dependent, not only sort of within their own energy mix, but also in terms of sort of attracting resources for their own economy. And that is, of course, something which we need to be very aware of in terms of, I would also say, it's in our joint interest as a global community to ensure that all countries are in a position to make this transition in a way which sort of sustains their possibility to grow their economy. And I think that, for us at least, comes back to the key messages from which we have from a Swedish perspective: urgency and opportunity. Urgency on the one hand based on science, but also the opportunities that we see that the transition brings in terms of new jobs and growth. And how we're seeing that the Swedish economy is sort of almost exponentially making that transition in terms of across a wide number of sectors in heavy industry, transportation, steel, cement, and so forth, and also within the financial sector. So our message here, is that the transition is possible. It's happening now, and there are solutions available. And of course, it comes down to is your willingness to engage and your ability to engage in that transition, to be supporting that sort of with the kind of regulatory approach to make sure that the finances are there, and of course making best use of the innovative technology which is available as well. And that is, of course, not only a conversation that we're keen to have here and make sure that we can bring out those kind of solutions and also make that evident in the text of coming out in the outcome of COP28. But it's part also of sort of the kind of engagement that we want to do with partners globally to ensure that we are sort of exchanging best practice and can be supporting each other in the transition to net zero.
Yes. Thank you. Anthony Layham from Dow Jones. Is it your expectation that some decisions related to Article 6 will now have to be pushed to the next COP? Things like authorization of credit use, anything related to that? Thank you.
What I've been hearing, at least from the negotiations on Article 6, is that they are progressing in a way which we would find acceptable, not maybe ideal, but acceptable. But I think we, on that particular issue, we come back also to what we said when we adopted the rule book, the Paris rule book at COP26. We would rather have no deal than a bad deal. But what we've been seeing is, that the texts which are emerging would be acceptable for us. So that could be, there could be a resolution here. But if we come to a point, where we don't see the kind of integrity and robust rule book which we need to have, then I think we would rather push that decision to a later stage.
Thank you very much, Matthias. Okay, do we have one more question? Yes?
Thank you. My name's Georgette, and I was just wondering, there's obviously an immense amount of knowledge inside the negotiation rooms, but there's an immense amount of knowledge outside of them as well, a lot of practitioners or policy experts, scientists, etc. And what is the best way to share that knowledge with delegations like yours, for example? Is it here at COP, or is this not necessarily too late, but maybe you guys are sort of already in progress with what you're doing? Is it at intersessions? Is it in between? How would you say is the best way to sort of share that knowledge and have those conversations?
That's a great question. I think from a practical perspective, it's probably sort of doing it in January, and when we're all out of COP and making sort of our reflections in terms of how did it go and what do we need to do ahead of next year. Of course, the preparations for COP29 start when we leave COP28 in a way. Hopefully we'll live with some Christmas rest before that, but at least in January we need to start planning for the next COP. So I think throughout the year basically is sort of when we can build that kind of knowledge and have those kind of conversations, engage in, what do we need to learn more, both in terms of sort of policy solutions, but also in terms of what kind of technologies are available and so forth. So I would definitely say that it's throughout the year which that is being that can be done, and then using maybe both the SP sessions in June, but also the COPs to manifest what we've learned. But using sort of the period throughout the year to engage in those conversations.
Yes, I just wanted your quick take on the Just Transition text as well. How do you think that's going, and what are you hoping to get out of that as well?
I haven't seen the most recent drafts on Just Transition, but what we've been hoping for from the EU and Swedish side is really to establish a work program which makes it possible to be sharing the kind of best practice that we see is useful for all parties when embarking on the transition. And then here again, I think it's sort of evident that we as countries have different starting points, we have different models to work with, but what we hope to be able to share from the Swedish and EU perspective is, how do we structure our labor market, what kind of social dialogue do we have in place, how do you engage with social partners to ensure basically to fulfill the approach of the 2030 agenda, making sure that no one's left behind. And of course, again, all countries need to find their own models to do this, but in a way to make sure that there is that kind of conversation in terms of how you can structure basically your dialogue within society to ensure that everyone's on board in the transition. So our approach is very much focused on sort of the labor market transition, and how do we ensure that there's skills available to take up the new jobs which are emerging. But then we recognize that for other parties it might be more sort of on the adaptation side. There's a financial component there as well. So I think we're keen to ensure that we have a work program which facilitates those kind of conversations as well. And I recognize also that there might be some divergences between parties in terms of how much do you talk about just transition within a country and also just transition between countries. And I think that's also a key conversation, maybe not necessarily in the work program, but to also highlight the fact that as the transition takes up speed and accelerates, just again speaking from a Swedish perspective, it's important. One of the reasons why we want to accelerate in other countries as well is, of course, that the more that we accelerate our own transition, and if countries are not picking up speed in their transition, there is a risk that potential divides which we have today will actually be increasing. So I would say it's in our interest to make sure that all countries are on board in the transition and making sure that we can be indeed supporting each other to make the transition happen as fast as possible. So definitely there is that element also in that conversation in terms of just making sure that everyone's on board on a global level as well.
So on that note, I just want to ask, given the just transition, I think from the EU and from the Swedish side, it's a great demand to have we're calling the IPCC science to say that we need global peaking of greenhouse gas emissions before 2025. Do you think that such language will end up in the text?
Well, it's something which we've been pushing for also from the EU side, and I think it's worth repeating there that when we talk about global peaking, it's not that all countries need to peak by 2025. We peaked years ago, but of course that doesn't mean that we stop. We have our climate neutrality goal by 2045 at the latest, so that's something which we're working hard on to ensure that we can deliver. But the usefulness of having a date for global peaking is obviously the kind of signals that we're sending from this meeting, saying, this is what we as a global community have agreed to, that in order for us to be able to meet the Paris targets, we need to set the date on peaking. But that, of course, that it represents let's call it an average. So, of course, for some countries that will come later. For some countries it has already come. But 2025 then being when we're looking to the global peak in emissions.
So thank you so much, Matthias. I know you have really valuable work ahead of you, and we're so much looking forward to see the text, and best of luck in negotiations.
Thanks so much. Thanks for hosting.
The world is counting on you guys.
We're counting on everyone here as well. Yes, it's a global effort.
Yes, it's a global effort. Yeah. On that note, we thank you all for being here today, and yes, best of luck in negotiations.
Hello and welcome everybody. It's an honor to be here on stage in the Nordic Pavilion on the second last day of COP28. And I'm really happy to see you all here and also the people watching online. If I briefly introduce myself, my name is Unnur Þórdís Kristinsdóttir. I'm the UN Youth Delegate on Climate Change from Iceland. I'm also a young professional working in sustainability at a company called Controlant with the aim to eliminate waste in global farmer supply chains. Now, this is the consequential COP. There has been an enormous amount that happened in the opening days. However, we still need to land the ambitious collective agreement that comes out of the negotiation rooms in the next 24 hours. Today, there's a little bit of a waiting game, especially from the global stocktake, but we know that there are still countries blocking the phase-out of fossil fuels, on adaptation, and also on a range of other critical issues. And for the opening remarks, we welcome Snigdha Tiwari, a climate activist, on stage. Welcome.
Thank you so much for organizing this program, and particularly having youth perspective on COP. I am Snigdha Tiwari, and I'm a green climate activist and a lawyer from India. And I have been working very actively on the streets, at the policy-making level and inside courts as well, fighting all of this. So the region which I come from is very critical to mention here. I come from a Himalayan state in India, and at the peak winter, when there has to be glaciers, very stable, snowing, there was a glacier break. There has been extreme weather events, which is a cost of life of human people. And when the glaciers are breaking up north, where we come from, we see our brothers and sisters in Pacific, where they have to move. There is a climate migration, and they have to leave their lands because the oceans are raging. And in all that which is happening to this whole world, we are sitting here at COP, trying to understand how negotiations are going further. So the earlier days of COP was very quick. We had the first drafts within 2 hours at the COP. But later on, after the World Leaders Summit, everything seems to be a little lost. And particularly speaking from the perspective of our countries in the global south, I don't think we are getting what we have been asking for. It is about the loss and damage fund, for that matter. I talk about loss and damage fund. In loss and damage fund, we are seeing the loss and damage fund is being hosted by the World Bank. And now the World Bank does not have the mechanism to issue grants. The World Bank has been issuing loans. So now the question rises, would in the text, in next 24 hours, would there be a World Bank has a guidance note, but would there be a mention of a specific time on the draft that by when there should be a proper draft and a proper instrument which can govern the giving of grants to the countries? We all know that loss and damage fund, it was promised 100 billions, and we have only accumulated 700 millions, which is around 100 million or 70 million short of the money which was promised to us way back then. And the crisis is such that if the money is short, we will not be able to adapt. From there, I come to the adaptation, global goal on adaptation. We have been following the negotiations on global goal on adaptation, and every country and every group, whether it's the African group, whether it is G77 plus China, all of them, they are there, they are agreeing to the text, but there is a general grievance that the text is not proper, the text is not committing to the amount of finance it should be committing. So there is a general grievance, and we are very hopeful that in next 2 days, youth particularly, and everybody, the gender minorities, the indigenous people, they will play a very crucial role in getting all those words that we want on the text, whether it is on fossil fuel phase out. The fossil fuel phase out has been a fight, a struggle since very long for us. We saw that in COP26, there was only mention of the word coal, and that too not phase out, phase down. And those countries who are talking about phase down of fossil fuel, phase down of coal, are mostly the countries either who are exporting it, or the countries who are coming from the global south who do not have the finance to support it, to support the just transition. So that now the question is, everything is in a circle. There should be for the just transition, there should be a flow of climate financing. For the climate financing, there should be instruments in place of the UN, and for that, first of all, the countries in the global north need to stop using extraction of fossil fuels. Because if you are using it today, what about the countries which are poorest of the countries, which have no resources at all? So how are they going to sustain themselves? How are they going to go forward with the just transition? So it is very important that the fossil fuel phase out should be there on the text without it being abated, unabated, that debate which is going on. But the importance there is, which lies to the youth. Because youth, in this COP as well, has very less representation. I see representation of children more than the last COP, but it is still less. We are still talking about rights of children, rights of youth, proper representation of youth at COP. So what we are seeing that youth have less representation in their country delegation. Youth has very less speaking rights inside COP because they are not party. Then the youth are there on action zone, doing actions. But what we want, other than the youth being there, present for action, which is very required, because that is the pressure which will again play a very crucial role in what is going to come on the text. But we also want the youth to have more representation in their delegation. And youth not just of that country. For example, I come from India. I don't think so the Indian delegation will have the climate activists which is fiercely speaking about their own bad policies. So the youth delegation of all the countries, even in the global north, it is required for them to have representation or give representation to the youth climate activists across the global south countries. Whether it is Africa, whether it is India, whether it is Nepal, Pakistan. Pakistan faced the worst flood ever. So that is very important, the presence of youth, not just at the action zones, but inside the COP, negotiating, talking to the delegations, pushing for the text, which we keep shouting about in the marches, which all of you have followed. And lastly, just to conclude that, we all know that as youth, the present is ours. As youth, the future is ours. And when everything is ours and the brunt of climate crisis on us is severe, whether it is employment in the developing nations, which I don't consider, I feel developed and developing is the world, which is, coined by the developed. They say, we are the developed and you are the developing. What they have developed is just the carbon emission in the air and, we are facing, all of the whole world is facing because of their development. So I don't believe in that so-called development. We believe in ecosystem development. So what the countries in the global south are facing is critical. And yes, and when we talk about representation, we want the representation to be there inside negotiation tables, because we are the ones who are facing all sorts of crises, whether it is a health crisis, whether it is an employment crisis, or whether it is a mental health crisis, and climate crisis for that matter. We are losing lives, and we all must be aware of what all UN declarations on child rights are saying about how children do not even have the basic right to life, with clean air, clean water, proper food. So all of that requires representation of youth, representation of all genders, and representation of indigenous people at COP at different level. And we would like to see some push from all the countries. It seems difficult for this COP, but for the COPs ahead, we want some push from all the countries on that particular front, that youth should not just be on action zones, youth should also be at the COP. So this is more or less what I have to say, and I'm very happy to listen to all others and their perspective and how COP is going further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Snigdha. I think it's so crucial that youth is represented in the negotiation and also included. And today we're going to hear from youth changemakers from around the world on their reflections on COP28. And maybe if I just give you the mic to briefly introduce yourselves. If we start with you here.
Yeah. Hello. Sorry, is it Working. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me here. I'm Rima Safar. I'm from Iraq. And I've been in this space for a few years now, working both on the civil society side, but I've also been involved with the party delegations. I was head of the Iraqi youth delegation last year to COP27, and this year I'm part of the another delegation on the ground as well, but it's more civil society based, and as well following up with my organization, MENA Youth Network, and we have multiple side events. We are the only youth-led independent regional partner of the Children and Youth Pavilion, and so it's our presence here as young people from the Middle East and North Africa is very important for the health of the space. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Elise Åsnes, and I'm the president of a Norwegian youth NGO called Spire. We work for a just and sustainable world, no less, and we aim to change the fundamental reasons for why injustice occurs and why we're not living sustainably today. We work a lot with national policies, but also international. We follow the negotiations on World Trade Organization, the UN Food System conferences, and also we followed a lot closely the UN negotiations on the nature, the Paris Agreement for nature, sort of. So we're also here at the COP. I've been following the climate negotiations for some years now. This is only my second COP, but I'm following a lot closely the different SBs in Bonn. For me, I work a lot with climate justice, focusing especially on having real ambitions. I'm very much engaged in how Norway is using carbon capture and storage as a sort of an way to not phase out fossil fuels ambitiously. And at the COP, I've been following the global stocktake, and right now I'm waiting on the new texts to be ordered to actually influence them. It's not that easy to influence a text, which is negotiated without us seeing it. So yeah, I'm very happy to be here and looking forward to listening to your contributions. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Erica. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a youth climate justice organizer from Kenya. I work with ANGRI, which is Alliance of Non-Governmental Radical Youth. So what we're trying to do is create a home for young people grounded in the principles of climate justice. You know, after the Fridays for Future movement started, everybody has been like, youth engagement, youth on the decision-making table, you know? But youth is a demographic, not a political grouping. And in a highly politicized space, young people need to have their own politics, because we have also seen young people pushing for false solutions like carbon markets, solar geoengineering, CCS, and whatnot. So just being youth on the decision-making table is not the silver bullet to actually achieving justice. It's youth with the right politics. And so that is why we're creating a home for young people grounded in the principles of climate justice, in the politics of decoloniality, anti-capitalist and anti-neoliberal politics, to try and shift these spaces.
Thank you very much for the introductions. Very inspiring panelists here today. Maybe if we just dive into it, now that the COP28 has had a promising start with the establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund, we still don't see maybe enough funds going into the fund. Do you think the contributions towards the loss and damage has been adequate to meet the current needs? Small question. Yeah,
I can just start off, maybe give a very brief introduction. To all of us, when COP first started, or before COP started in Dubai, we were all very hesitant. There's a lot of scrutiny. What is it going to look like? Is it going to be actual, representation? Is there going to be work done? And then on the first day, boom, you have the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund. That was very big. It was, we've been working on it for decades. And then finally, on the first day of the conference, this happens. So, that was a very, very high start. It was an ambitious start. Countries started pledging, and some of them were good pledges, some of them were not so good. I mean, you have some parties pledging less than $20 million, but at the same time, they're giving billions in like militarization and such. But there are other countries and parties that are actually, the EU had, a good start as well. And even then, now we're almost 2 weeks in, and we haven't seen that much of a movement. It was a great start, but then it was going down, or at least that's my perspective of, like, it wasn't enough, and we haven't seen enough, but I'm hoping that there is going to be some kind of movement in terms of how do countries pledge. And actually, civil society and young people have a very big role to play here. Mm-hmm. Because many people think, oh, you're an observer, you can't really be in the negotiation rooms. You have to have a party badge to have some kind of impact. And I completely disagree with that. As someone who had a party badge last year, this year I have an observer badge. I do actually prefer the observer badge because I have the freedom to sort of represent myself, my own thoughts, but also I have the freedom to go and talk to the delegations, advocate for the changes that I believe in and that the people that I'm working with believe in, and it actually does have an effect. So go to your, to your party delegations, talk to them, ask them, what are you willing to compromise on in this deal, or what are your views, and what is your agenda in terms of this mechanism, and try to understand it and also advocate and be smart on how to do it. So youth doesn't, young people and civil society have a very big part to play in this space, and that is why it's very important that we're present here. But I'll leave the rest to my colleagues.
Yeah, it's not enough. Loss and damage, it's not enough at all. For me, I focus mostly on Norway's position here. Compared to Norway's historic responsibility, it's not that much at all. So for me, of course, I will fight with everything I got here to demand climate justice, but also have to continue this at home. There's a lot of negotiations going on right now regarding Norwegian's climate policy, and this will very much be a big debate further. It was, of course, it's a big deal that we got the honest nation and the agreement on the fund on the first day, but also it's quite sad that we've been talking about loss and damage for such a long time. We're in this crisis was just expanding and getting worse and worse and worse, and now 30 years later we're agreeing on a fund for loss and damages, and we're seeing in the negotiations there's not enough ambitions at all. It's going very poorly on adaptation, and so it's good, of course, but it's not a great victory. It's just, I'm kind of sad about it, especially right now. I just came from the People's Plenary, a lot of emotions today. We're going towards the end. I think a lot of us are getting a bit tired after almost 2 tough weeks. It's sad. We will do everything, of course, and fight for justice, but it's not good enough. It's not.
Mm-hmm. So we have a loss and damage fund, and the question is the money that has been given enough? But will it meet? The question is, will it meet the current needs? My question back would be, will it ever? Because one thing is that it's already being hosted by the World Bank, right? Global North countries, the US and the EU, have been pushing for the Loss and Damage Fund to be hosted at the World Bank. The World Bank, what we do need for the Loss and Damage Fund to do is to deliver money directly to communities. That's not how the World Bank works. The World Bank works through intermediaries, through multilateral development banks. So it's not, there is no way to actually make sure that this money is going directly to communities. The other thing is that the World Bank actually, for a fund to be hosted by the World Bank, it takes a huge percentage of the money being just from the hosting fees. It's a lot of money. So and noting that we're actually receiving peanuts, you can imagine around 30% just going to World Bank staff, right? Which is a huge percentage, right? And that sucks. The other thing is that we don't actually have a commitment on whether or not the money going to via the World Bank is going to be non-debt creating. Because global South countries don't have to pay global North countries back for a crisis they have the least role in causing, right? And we need to make sure that the funds going to the into the loss and damage fund are not given to communities in debt form, but in grant form. So that is still a challenge, right? And now even to the question on how much money has been given, the money is peanuts. The reason as to why they were saying that the fund should be hosted into the World Bank was because of urgency, right? But where is the urgency when coming to giving the money? Where is the agency? The US is the one that was actually pushing for it to be hosted at the World Loss and Damage at the World Bank because of urgency, but the money they have given doesn't actually represent the urgency they were talking about. So there is still the question, even how much money you will ever give, will it actually meet the needs of the communities, noting the structure it is already hosted in? That is still in limbo.
Mm-hmm. That quickly.
Yeah.
I totally agree. And just to add, the US was also, we haven't agreed on a name yet because the US doesn't want to call it Loss and Damage Fund. So it's also there's a lot of questions still standing. And there's a lot of issues with debt, and in the Norwegian context, it's also the issue of it's not additional, it's just being taken from the aid budget already existing. So it's being just this 1% we're giving, it's just becoming less and less. So it's a lot of problems with both the pledges and the fund itself.
Yeah. And maybe on the adaptation point, what factors contribute to the challenges in achieving consensus in the adaptation negotiations? What do you think?
One thing that's really important is that, as Erica mentioned, it should not come in the form of debt, right? It should come in the form of grants. And so how can we ensure that the World Bank is not, because this is how it works, so how can we ensure that they can change their entire working mechanism to fit this? That is why there's a lot of scrutiny, there's a lot of hesitancy, and rightfully so. One thing that we need to make sure is to be very vocal about this, not be complacent with how things are going. Always, ask, always question, always go up to people. I spent a couple of hours at the World Bank Pavilion yesterday. And, you kind of have to interact with people to sort of be able to understand what their perspective is, understand how they think, because most of them are bankers. They think from a banking perspective, and banks are not charity. And they're, so it's, we kind of have to really be very aware. And, because I'm as a young person, I really work with a lot of youth. And one thing that I'm very glad to see is that young people are aware, no matter who they're with or who they're working with and what situation put them in such delegation, even if it doesn't always fit their ideals and agenda, it's a way to get in, and then they can sort of make their own connections and establish themselves in the space. So even young people or youth delegates of parties that don't give their youth as much of space to really advocate for the things they believe in to protect the interests of the country and its sort of its agenda. Even these youth delegates, many of them are very aware of what's going on, and they are not sort of blindly following. So you have to be clever. You have to be practical on how to approach these people, how to talk to them, establish yourself in the space, make your own connections, branch out, do your own thing.
Yeah, it's a great point. And I think also people are not expecting the young people to ask these difficult questions. But yeah, maybe you have also more perspective on this topic.
On adaptation, I have been following mostly the GST, so I'm not an expert on adaptation. But a problem now with the adaptation is also the grants being taken. The grants towards loss and damage is being taken from money that already was pledged to adaptation. So I think also the momentum we've built up on loss and damage, suddenly it's better for the countries or parties to focus on that. It's a huge problem. It's not getting enough attention at all. So we're of course trying to build up that intention at home in Norway as well, and of course doing everything we can here. But it's not enough, and I think we have done a great job so far, the youth. But we have to continue both in the COP29 and towards Brazil as well.
Just to add on to that, because, for example, many countries in the Middle East, they focus, from what I've seen, they focus more on mitigation than adaptation. And then you start to ask the question, why aren't there as many adaptation projects? One of the reasons, and try to think about it, is the unreliability of the loss and damage fund currently. So how do you expect countries who are from developing countries who need the funds to make promises to tell you that yes, we're going to implement these when the money's not there? So how do you expect change to happen if there is no reliability mechanism, if there is no accountability mechanism to implement those changes? Because you have to see the first thing come through, which is finance, a good finance deal, a finance package that ensures that these countries will be able to adapt, that they will be resilient towards these changes, and will be able to have a just transition, because that's what we're all about here, a just transition. That's the point of the fund. So it's, every time someone asks me, what about, Iraq is a oil-producing country? Well, Iraq was also bombed a lot, so it's, how else would you expect us to rebuild our economy when there's no other way to sort of build up? So this is, again, just transition. We want to transition. We want to go into green energy. We want to do that. But how? Where are the finances? Where is the reliable mechanisms? Are these promises going to be delivered?
Exactly, the equation needs to add up. But how significant is the potential shift towards a fossil fuel phase-out as a result of this COP?
I think that if we are able to achieve a commitment from world leaders and heads of delegations on a fossil fuel phase-out, it's going to be huge, because for the first time, we can have a tool to actually, a strong statement, a strong commitment that we can hold world leaders accountable to, which at the moment we don't have. But also at the same time, commitments have been made for decades since the existence of COP. So it's one thing to actually make a commitment and the other to deliver on it, right? COP26, for instance, the UK was the presidency of COP26. Later, how they've been behaving recently doesn't even look like they were the ones who were calling for commitment, global commitment. It looks totally different. So I think it's one thing to actually have a commitment and another to deliver on it. But I think we do need the litmus test for whether or not COP28 will be successful is on whether or not countries can achieve a commitment to phasing out all fossil fuels, not unabated, not emissions, all fossil fuels, including coal, gas, and oil. But then we also need the means of implementation, commitment to finance to support the just transition. We need a fully fair, funded, feminist phase-out of all fossil fuels.
Thank you.
Can I add on to that, or would you like to go, Elise? Because we've been talking about, oh my God, my brain. I am sorry. The thoughts.
It will come back to you later, I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay, no worries. I agree. Of course, we have to. If we get a text on a full phase out of fossil fuels this COP, it would be historic. But I'm not sure yet we will get it. But of course, we will see when the new text on global stocktake arrives. But it could be historic. It's necessary, of course, especially this COP with the first global stocktake. But yeah, we'll see. I'm also very worried about language on unabated, and if it will be less ambitious than we in the civil society hope, of course. But it could be huge.
Well, countries, the one issue is that many parties and countries in negotiations, they're trying to push the unabated and terminology and taking it as a win. To me, it's all just a distraction. It's a lobbyist tactic to distract from the main goal, because spending days and weeks on negotiations on unabated emissions is a complete distraction from fossil fuel phase out. And now they want to, water it down, water the language down, to phase down and not even phase out. So imagine us, it's COP28. We've almost been doing this for 3 decades, and we still don't have the language, in the text. I can't blame people when they're pessimistic or when they're feeling really down. I always try to stay very optimistic. No, because I work with the people, I work with the communities and the people on the ground, and I see that, no, these people know what they're talking about. They're aware. We know what we want. It's a fight, and it's a fight on both sides. It's not just inside the negotiation rooms, but outside as well, because I think policy change starts from community action. The movement would not have come this far, and the UN Climate Conference would not have been the biggest conference ever had it not been for civil society and youth involvement. And that is the only reason where, you see it on the news all the time, right? So that means that we are making a change, and try to be optimistic, because if you're not, you're going to lose hope, and we don't want to stop, working towards a better future.
Yeah. Staying optimistic. Do you have any general reflections from COP28?
Just to continue on that reflection of hope, I agree. I think a problem with climate policy, and especially Norwegian climate policy, is that it's not ambitious enough at all. It's cowardly, it has a lot of false distractions, it's not good enough. And also, today, the responsibility of solving the climate crisis is being put on the individual's shoulder. Youth are being told that they have to do what they can to not be a problem, to not be a part of the problem, to be a solution, to shop sustainably and not have a big carbon impact. It will not solve the climate crisis. Everything you do, great, but it will not solve the climate crisis. It's a huge structure in the world that we have to challenge. And that's why I think it's very difficult to just talk about staying positive, because it's also a lot of technology optimism within that narrative. But I think what I'm positive towards is that we, as a collective movement, we're doing a lot of good stuff here. We're, from day one here, from way before COP, we've been organized, and we'll continue this fight at home. And that's a huge part of COP for me. The People's Plenary today, the collective movement, and everything we do together, that's really that's a great thing to be a part of, and I'm really, really proud of it. But we have to continue and not accept that the blame is being put on us as individuals.
Do you have any closing remarks from you?
Yes. I think that international climate negotiations are being held hostage by global north countries, the US, the EU, and now even petrostates, because we have not been able to get a commitment to a phase out of all fossil fuels because of the work of Saudi Arabia and now OPEC, sending letters to OPEC and OPEC Plus members to reject a phase out of all fossil fuels. And that is the reality with the international multilateral systems. We recently were not able to get a call for a ceasefire from the UN Security Council because of the US having a veto power, right? And the global south countries are bearing the brunt of this unequal international multilateral systems. On one hand, we are bearing the brunt of the impacts of the climate crisis caused by the global north, but also the impacts of the so-called false solutions that are as a result of this unfair multilateral systems. Carbon markets, for instance, indigenous communities are being kicked out of their own lands to offset emissions, right? At a time when we need to limit a global temperature rise below 1.5 degrees, we need the real zero, not net zero. Companies cannot be claiming carbon neutrality without them actually having to cut down their own emissions, right? And that is what is being pushed here. On the other hand, global north countries are pushing language on CCS, right? We know CCS does not remove emissions at scale, right? And is very risky because of carbon leaks, right? And has promised so much, but has under-delivered for decades, right? and has no records to show for the history it has been in existence. If anything, it has been used for enhanced oil recovery, right? So this is the reality of the climate negotiations, right? The UNFCCC, as you call it, right? And sometimes I come here trying to see what we can get for communities back at home. I come from Kenya, a country that has been experiencing severe droughts. Some that haven't been seen in decades, over like 40 years, right? Communities are losing their lives and livelihoods as a result of the droughts, right? Now what they need is loss and damage. Loss and damage in a system that you don't even think they will ever get the funds directly, because the World Bank doesn't send funds directly, and you're not sure if it's going to be in form of grants or debt creating. So that you can't tell communities, hey, this is what we achieved, right? By representing you guys at COP. That is not possible. On adaptation finance, the global goal on adaptation is still contentious, right? Right now, we are still struggling to get that. But what you can tell them is, hey, we achieved something on carbon markets. You're going to be kicked out, out of your own lands. And companies can exploit our need for finance to actually offset their own communities, right? Right now, I can actually show you on the ground the impacts of carbon markets, because it's the only thing that is reaching in the grassroots, right? Just before COP, the Ogiek, an indigenous community in Kenya, were being kicked out of their own lands to start carbon markets, because the UAE has signed deals with 4 countries, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Kenya being one of them, and indigenous communities are now being kicked out of their own lands for carbon offset projects. So I think one thing is that we need to build our own politics as young people and realize what we are actually fighting, because just youth is not going to be the solution. We need young people with politics fighting head-on against these solutions. Now in future, because they don't even want to take action, they're pushing for solar geoengineering, a very risky solution that is just going to keep the existence of the fossil fuel industry in continuous without them actually having to cut down their own emissions, just altering the atmosphere, and it has the risk of weaponization and termination shock, and we don't want any global north country to be the world's thermostat. You don't get to be the world's thermostat, but that is what they're pushing. So we need to push back and call for commitment to a phase out of all fossil fuels, including coal, gas, and oil. It is now or never, because the window to limit a global temperature rise below 1.5 degrees is depleting fast. We need to get that commitment for communities across the world. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just add?
Yes.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
Another thing is we really need to safeguard our involvement and autonomy in this space, because just yesterday we heard about a new mechanism that was not a mechanism but more of like a suggestion on a new way for youth involvement that is completely tokenistic. And those of you who have heard of it would know. And so that means that, oh, they're after us. They know that, that means that what we're doing is actually very valuable. If some parties had to suggest changes in youth involvement, that would be more convenient to them. Youth involvement right now is very active. It's very independent. The UNFCCC has given a space to civil society to be able to really be present here, give their own opinions and demand demand fossil fuel phase out, demand changes now in the system and on all levels. And so this is how we know that what we're doing is effective. What we're doing is being fought, and that is something to be proud of. What we're doing is they don't want us to be here, and that's why we're here.
Exactly. I think that's a great way to end the panel. We have some closing remarks now from Akseli, a youth delegate from Finland. We will welcome him here on stage, but thank you so much to the panelists. You're incredibly well-spoken, and I'm so inspired by you. And we welcome now Akseli on stage.
So, hello everybody. Oh, can I get the more...
More of the line. Yeah.
So, thank you all. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. So I'm the youth delegate of Climate for Finland, and it has been a pleasure to listening to your panel. I think we have some really powerful and interesting remarks, and I'd like to reflect a bit on those and a bit on a few topics now as we're ending this event and as we're ending the COP very soon. So, first of all, the theme of this COP has been action, and action is all about ambition, what we do now. So, actually, very recently, the Secretary General of the UN, Guterres, tweeted that we need an ambitious outcome that demonstrates decisive climate action and a credible plan to keep 1.5 degrees warming limit alive and to protect those on the front lines of the climate crisis. And I think that's a really good summary because that's what it's all about in here. There's no time to continue using fossil energy. There's no time to leave difficult decisions to next COP. We need to achieve these goals now, right here, and right at this moment. To reflect a little on the important topic of loss and damages, which was covered here quite well, this meeting started with the historical decision which was an important step in the right direction. But then again, we shouldn't lose our sights of the perspective. Climate catastrophes all around the world are escalating exponentially as we speak. At the moment, we are still seeing around 1 billion one-time pledges to the fund, even though countries from around the global south have been advocating for yearly funding of $400 billion. So we are still very far from what should be done in the future. And as we've discussed with adaptation and finance in general, we're not seeing much of progress at the moment, and that's also because countries are holding some negotiation items as hostages before agreement on some other kinds of items. So it's basically a Mexican standoff situation where everybody is losing, most of all the planet and all the future generations and all the people, all the countries that are getting the most destruction from the climate crisis at the moment. So, to dive a bit more into mitigation and energy, the big topics of the hour. The President Fatih Birol of the International Energy Agency, which is usually considered to be traditionally quite conservative in its views, just commented that the pledges on renewables, efficiency and methane at COP28 are positive steps, but brand new IEA analysis shows that the pledges only breach around 30% of the cap in 2030 towards reaching net zero climate goals. So, as we're seeing progress, then there's still a very, very long way to go. And the ambition needed is not at all at the level required, even though we are seeing progress in some steps. So, there's no other chance of calling this conference a success than a clear and just phase out of fossil fuels with an ambitious timeline aligned with 1.5 degrees goal, aligned with best science from the IPCC, and aligned with the Paris Agreement. All of this included. Without any watering down, without any CCS, without any unabated. This is the only way for us to succeed and save any last chance of achieving the 1.5 degree target and climate neutrality before we reach irreversible tipping points with climate and nature destruction. I'd also like to raise a specific point for the Nordics. So fossil fuels, in addition to coal, oil and gas, I think we also need to address in the north the matter of bioenergy more. So bioenergy is considered renewable, and there are some sustainable ways to use that, but basically the burning of organic materials, burning for wood, for example, to get energy, and chopping down trees, I don't consider that to be sustainable at all, and basically it produces quite a lot of emissions, even though not as much as the fossil fuels. So I think that this is an important topic that we really need to take into account when we're talking renewables in the Nordics, for example. Also, the ambitious countries in the global north and in the EU are good in talking, and they do have great points to advocate in these conferences. But we can't hide from the fact that we're demanding action from vulnerable countries, but still failing with our own. Hypocrisy of the countries from the global north calling for phase out of fossil fuels and still expanding their own fossil fuel production is a real disgrace. I'm sorry, but I have to throw some countries under the bus. The US, Canada, Norway, and Australia, for example. At the same time, European countries are also outsourcing their emissions and executing fossil fuel projects in Africa, for example. So the truth is much worse than the pretty words. And also the climate neutrality goal of 2050 that the EU has is not nearly enough, not at all. especially considering the way that we have contributed to the global warming through history. We have all the means to achieve ambitious goals: technology, financial capital, scientific research, so we have no excuses for each other's. There are only 3 countries that are aligned basically with a goal that is considered quite ambitious. So Finland with 2035 and Iceland and Austria with 2040. And I would like to see all the European countries move towards these kinds of numbers in the coming years. We as the European youth have actually been advocating for the climate neutrality target of 2040. And there's lots of European youth. We have a position paper where we have this goal. And that's something that we are going to push for in the future. So why aren't we delivering? And how dare we ask others to when we don't do it ourselves? I think that's the big question for us to face. This is the conversation that we have desperately been needing in this COP. Ministers actually addressing the big issues instead of endless posturing. We are moving in the right direction, and we still have a chance to get some ambitious outcomes from this conference, which will guide us towards a better future. But there's still lots that need to be done, and we need to understand that perspective at the same time. Lastly, I'd like to conclude by highlighting that the opening remarks by Snigdha here were very important and raised the most important point, I think. This meeting and the decisions done here should not be about abstract topics. They should be about people and climate justice, about life and death, about the possibility to live a good life all across the globe, right now and for the generations to come. And involving all marginalized groups in the discussion: minorities, youth, indigenous people, disabled people, and so forth. So we should never lose sight of that when discussing abstract goals, even for one moment, because this is the thing that really matters in what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, good evening. My name is Sebastian Duck. I'm very pleased to welcome you for this side event on the penultimate day of this conference of parties here in Dubai. We are going to discuss the relation between climate change as a human rights crisis and then the importance of the civic space, protecting the civic space in the context of climate policies. I'll ask our panelists perhaps to join me on stage so that we are ready to have this conversation. We've been seeing 12 days of intensive negotiations, but also a lot of civil society engagement and concerns in relation to it here in Dubai. And I must say, it's very important for us to remember why we are discussing civic space in the context of a climate conference. First, the Paris Agreement is actually reiterating the fact that states have to uphold their human rights obligations. The Paris Agreement also stressed the importance of public participation in the context of climate policies. And actually, the latest IPCC report has reminded us, based on empirical research, that actually the most effective climate policies, the most resilient climate policies, are the ones that are participatory, socially inclusive, equitable, and human rights aligned. And so these linkages between human rights and climate policies is very clearly established. And so this is the reason why we are so excited, so interested to discuss with you, thanks to Human Rights Watch, that organizes the side event tonight, and the Nordic Council that hosts us in their pavilion. We are very excited to discuss with you the linkages between civic space, climate policies, and human rights. And so, since we do not have so much time, without further introduction, I will actually hand the floor to the next speaker. Bruno Stagno is Chief Advocacy Officer at Human Rights Watch, and he's going to build the case for those linkages between civic space and the climate governance. Bruno? Sorry.
Thanks, Sebastian. It's really great to be here, and I really want to thank the Nordic Pavilion for providing a safe and welcome space for civil society. It's not often that in a COP process, civil society can speak openly about not only the climate crisis, but also how it is a human rights crisis. I wanted to start out by saying that if we really want a rights-respecting outcome to the COP negotiations, it is indispensable to have journalists, academics, activists, youth groups, indigenous groups, human rights defenders, all of them participating in a full and meaningful way. Otherwise, those who are really in the front lines of the ways in which we must address the climate challenge will not be able to provide their words of wisdom, but also, of course, communicate in terms of how climate change is impacting their communities. Unfortunately, civil society has had to struggle in order to get full and meaningful participation within the COP process. Let's just hark back to Katowice in COP25. There we had the host government, Poland. Let's not forget this is an EU member state, which actually imposed restrictions on some activists participating in COP. Some of them were even searched in their hotel rooms. In Glasgow for COP26, civil society access to negotiation rooms was quite difficult, both online and offline. In Sharm el-Sheikh, the host government, Egypt, practiced many different ways of trying to deny access for civil society. It obviously tried to retain many from participating and actually denied access to one and actually deported one activist away. And now, of course, we find ourselves in the United Arab Emirates, a government that has at least a decade of quite dire human rights violations, a country that, if one were to judge just by its human rights situation, would not be an appropriate host in order to allow for full and meaningful civil society participation. Human Rights Watch has been documenting abuses in the United Arab Emirates for many years now. And this is a state where there has been, obviously, the use of the court system in order to intimidate civil society activists. There are political prisoners. It is a state that uses surveillance. There is no freedom of expression, no freedom of assembly, no freedom of association. And let me just share with you one name of a political prisoner, Ahmed Mansour, who is a member of one of the Human Rights Watch's advisory councils, who has been languishing in jail since March 2017. He has been basically accused for just doing human rights activism, peaceful human rights activism, and he is facing 10 years in jail, and he's been in isolation. Now, of course, after the situation here in the COP, what we have to recognize is that within the UAE, there is very little freedom of expression. Human Rights Watch recently published research on the impacts of the fossil fuel industry in terms of air pollution, and also its very serious health impacts. And in doing that research, Human Rights Watch came across something that, frankly, we were not expecting, which was the degree to which academics and environmental activists in this country were reluctant to speak to us. Reluctant because they feared that they would be subjected to harassment, that they would be surveilled, and that they could somehow run afoul of the government, the leaders, other authorities. And some even recognized that, in fact, they were probably self-censoring themselves, that that was basically their default position because otherwise they might be denied access or they might be deported. And this is, of course, a very sorry state of affairs. And this obviously does not lead to meaningful and full participation, and it doesn't allow for real expressions in terms of not only the climate change impacts in this country, but also beyond. And of course, we're likely going to be meeting each other in Azerbaijan for the next COP. And this is a government that, once again, has a terrible human rights record. One that has been already using sports or cultural or other events, mega events, in order to whitewash its human rights record. And we're likely to encounter the very same problems that we've been having in terms of full and meaningful access for civil society. Now, in this context, of course, what should be done? Well, in some part, of course, we would want the United Nations Framework Convention and its member states to basically, first of all, establish some type of human rights conditionality or criteria for countries to be able to host the COPs. After Egypt, after the UAE, and if we go to Azerbaijan, that will have been 3 states that none of them have a favorable human rights record. None of them are actually entitled to allow for full and meaningful participation of civil society in light of the domestic repression that they practice. And so we would want, of course, human rights criteria to be incorporated into the host country agreements. We would also ask the United Nations Framework Convention to allow for the host country agreements to become public documents, starting with this COP host country agreement, but obviously going forward, in order to be able to verify what type of conditions the United Nations is actually putting vis-a-vis these governments that so willingly want to present themselves as suitable candidates for these conferences. And we would also ask that, of course, the United Nations also ensure that the interests of the fossil fuel industry do not undermine the credibility of this entire process. I think we've been all surrounded here in Dubai by an incredible presence by the fossil fuel industry, from its president all the way down, in terms of them actually obstructing positive movement for what we would hope would be a rights-respecting climate action. And lastly, we would ask all of the United Nations Framework Convention member states to ensure that they make as many openings as possible for full and meaningful participation of civil society. And in that regard, let me just end by thanking the Nordic Council for this opportunity, because it provides a safe and welcome space for civil society. And it's these types of spaces that we need whenever it's actually impossible to even address human rights issues within the UN-administered Blue Zone. And I know that Christine and others will be speaking to this, but thank you so much for your attention and for hosting us.
Thank you, Bruno. As human rights organizations, we are very committed to make sure that voices can be heard and address the situations directly. And unfortunately, this COP has really made it impossible for us to actually have members of independent voices from civil society from the host country actually joining us physically on stage. And this has been a very strong limit to our ability to actually use the COP to discuss the situation domestically. And so in that context, we are particularly pleased that we can actually welcome through video link Ahmed Al-Nuaimi, who is a UAE human rights defender and actually the brother of a victim of a mass trial. And I will really welcome his input and his testimony. And we are very sorry, Ahmed, that you cannot be with us here sitting on the podium, but we understand, of course, that this is not a choice, but that will have been made impossible. The floor is yours.
Yes. Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for having me today, especially in Dubai. And as you said, I unfortunately cannot be with you because due to the human rights situation in the United Arab Emirates. Today, I'm going to go through some of new news. Actually, if you heard about it, about the what is happening to our prisoners today, the detainees, and they are facing a new trial, which it is right. We can say it's retried, a new retried for them after 11 years. It's really, I'm bringing distressing news today for all the people with this situation. It shows us how the human rights situation getting worse and worse in the United Arab Emirates. The new case is, in fact, an old case, and that has already been ruled upon them in the case of 2012. And when we talk about that that time in 2012, you know what happened with the forced disappearance for all the detainees in the beginning. Then they were tortured for many months. Then the people could know, their family could know where they are. Nowadays, we have 87 defendants in this case, including individuals and companies. Ahmed Mansour and Nasser bin Ghaith have already now been added in the same case. And one of them is my brother, Khalid Al-Nuaimi. This trial showing that the United Arab Emirates Authority, showing the people that they don't care about the human rights issue at all. First of all, we can talk about those people who are already completed their sentences and they are waiting to be released. I'm not talking about waiting for 1 month or 2 months. Some of them have been waiting for 4 years, waiting to be released. And they take them to what they call the advice center, as you know. And nowadays, the retrial now give up for all the people, and it gives the shame actually for the government who try to take these detainees for as long as they can. And we know this not affect only the detainees, it affects their family as well. The horrified stories that we have in the United Arab Emirates about the detainees, it's a lot actually. And when we talk about the beginning of taking the people, taking that in 2012, just because of the petitions that they called for democracy, and show how they aggressive against those people, we saw the government actually deal not only with those people, the Islah group or the other people who signed that petition, but even with their family. And let me talk about their situation today, that since Corona pandemic started, that no one can visit them in the present. Since that time, and we are talking about more than 3 years, no one can see them, no one can know about their health, how they are look like now, no one know about that. And from 7 months from now, since 7 months ago, No one can even call them, and they don't have even a phone call. They don't allow them to have a phone call with their family. No one know what are their situation. Until 2 weeks ago, they called just to tell about the new trial that they are facing, and they need to hire a new solicitors for them. So now we can remember all the people in this trial, but I can talk about all of them. I can talk about one of them is my brother Khalid Al-Nuaimi, who is now 71 years old, and he is facing a new trial for nothing, for something actually he was accused for, and this is against the law of the United Arab Emirates. And the United Arab Emirates Authority show that they don't respect even the law of the United Arab Emirates. How can you take the people for give the people 10 years sentences, and then you come back for the same reason, take them for more than that? And one of the things that we have to understand and know about the new trial, that those people can face death penalty. Death penalty. This is a new rule now, and a new things that they added for this problem. Let us not forget that the United Arab Emirates government has also banned the social society, that no one can have their society without the permission from the government and the intelligence department, and no one can talk actually. The speech, the freedom of speech and freedom of expression, it's coming low and low every year. The last one, they actually, the ranking of the United Arab Emirates in freedom of expression, it's become the 127 in the level of 127 out of 165. How worse it's coming? We don't know how worse it will go in the future, because no one can express their idea or their opinion if it's not with the government and the same government opinion. The United Arab Emirates people, they are suffer every day with these laws that they have. But we can remember as well Ali Abdel Noor, who died in the prison and who had cancer and who actually had a problem and completed her sentences, but they actually did not leave her to die in peace with her family, even with the pleas come from all the human rights organizations that they call them to try to let her die in peace and with her family, but they refused that. All what the action that we see from the government show us that they show no care about maybe at all. They don't care about the human rights in the United Arab Emirates of the citizen of the, or even for the other people, as we know about Matthew as well. He had problem in the prison in the United Arab Emirates. Final thing that I can give as example about Ala As-Siddiq, who we missed today, who died 3 years ago. And she gave us example for a person who support her family. But unfortunately, when the people went to the prison to see her father and tell him the news about her death, they found him. He was in the solitary confinement for 2 years. He had been 2 years in that case, and no one know about him because his family could not see him. Now, today, the United Arab Emirates government must fulfill the obligations toward the human rights. And we are calling the government to understand that going forward with the violence against the human rights, it will not be good for the government and even for the image of this government, which try to show that the civilization of the United Arab Emirates. The new trial must be held as they are in violation of the law as well. The detainees who completed their sentences must be released as today, because they completed their sentences, and this is against the law. I hope that our government, the United Arab Emirates government, listen to our words and know that will lead, what they do will lead this country to be one of the worst country in the world in the human rights, and we don't want to see our country to be in this situation. Thank you very much again for having me in this very important gathering. Thanks.
Thank you very much for this very important testimony, Ahmed. The COP presidency has stressed time and again that this was going to be the most inclusive COP of all time. And of course, we cannot have an inclusive voice, inclusive COP, if the voices of dissidents from the country can only be channeled through this kind of video conferencing. And so in that context, I really appreciate the testimony, and we are very sorry to hear about the judicial developments that are reported in parallel to the conference, which really highlight the lack of accountability and pose questions about how other governments are actually contributing to the COP and engaging with the UAE governments as the COP takes place. And so in that context, we'll now turn to Christina Beckerle, who is a researcher from Amnesty International, and actually hear maybe your experience here the last 12 days about how you have been able to actually put the spotlight on some of those issues, to make references to human rights and civic space, and to what extent this United Nations bubble on the UAE soil has enabled you to do that freely, or not.
Good to go? Okay. Hello, everyone. Very lovely to see you. I'm very honored to be on a panel with everyone, including, thank you, Ahmed, really, for joining us. So I want to start basically with my internal emotional state 2 days ago, which was basically two conflicting emotions. On the one hand, almost amazed gratitude, and on the other hand, deep frustration and despair. And those feelings were really conflicting with one another all day, and I want to explain why. Because that day, in the morning, I participated in an action in solidarity with political prisoners and human rights activists who are detained all over the world, but with highlighting political prisoners and dissidents who are very close to us right now, who are in the UAE. That afternoon, I took part in a march in solidarity, again with conflicts all over the world, but particularly with what was happening in Palestine and Gaza. And later, I was able to participate in an action where people highlighted the experience of migrant workers in this country. And the reason I'm saying I felt a feeling of amazed gratitude is that my work on the Middle East and North Africa began during the Arab uprisings. I took immense inspiration and hope from those uprisings, and I've continued my work on this region since that time, with all of the heartache that has come. And so to be standing in the UAE, participating in a protest in solidarity with other people in the region, in solidarity with political prisoners here, was amazing, because it does not happen. It does not happen. And so I want to give a shout out to all of the activists who've been involved in organizing that, because that's not something small. That's a really, really big deal. And also it was a fight to be able to do it. And I'm going to talk about that in a second. But I felt frustration and despair because I also knew it was an illusion. I knew that I was standing on protected UN grounds. I knew that I was participating in actions that were extremely tightly controlled in terms of what we could say, what we couldn't say, when we could say it, who could participate. And also because of all of the people who weren't there. So I'm saying it was wonderful to stand in solidarity with people across the region. Dubai is a hub of many, many, many nationalities. You could see a world in which, an amazing world, where we had that march in the streets of Dubai, and you could imagine Arab nationals who are here joining in solidarity with Palestine, but that is completely impossible. So that did not happen. You could imagine migrant workers in the UAE joining in with people demanding their rights, but again, that is completely impossible. And for me, in particular, my experience has mostly been on Yemen, a country not too far away from here. Many of my Yemeni colleagues who are amazing rights defenders who have been working on what's been happening in their country, including the role of Gulf states, Saudi, the UAE, in the destruction in Yemen, pushing for justice, they wouldn't even think of coming to COP. There's no world in which they would think of coming to COP, regardless of what people said was possible in the Blue Zone, because the risks to them, once they left the Blue Zone to go to their hotel, once they went back to their home countries, is just too high. And that is true, and I think we all just need to acknowledge that, even while we're amazed at what has happened during this COP. So I just want to quickly focus in a little bit on why I say it was hard to organize the actions, even for the people who got here, even for the people who got accredited and could get into the Blue Zone. And what, honestly, we would like to see from the UN and the UNFCCC, organizations like OHCHR as well, moving forward. Because while I know there are many wonderful officials in these institutions, frankly, I'm asking you here to push harder, fight more, because it is deeply important to climate justice. So, first, when I say tightly controlled, I mean extremely tightly controlled. When we did the action in solidarity of political prisoners, it wasn't just, what are you going to talk about? It was, how many posters do you have? How many faces are on those posters? What does it say on those posters? From which countries? And then we got approval on all of that, and an hour before the event, we received a message saying, please send us the posters again. So we did, and they said, actually, can you change the posters? This is an hour before the event. We said, no, that's not possible, we don't have time. And so they said, okay, well, you can't display the writing on the bottom of the poster. What was so terrible about the writing? It was 2 sentences that described what had happened to the person whose face was on the posters. And yet we complied. We went, we covered them up with tape and with black paint. We showed up to the protest maybe about 10, 15 minutes beforehand, and we said, okay, we did it. And then they said, actually, no, you can't show them that way because it was too obvious, I guess, that we had covered up the writing. So we said, okay, we'll rip off the bottoms. And they said, no, you can't rip off the bottoms, you can fold the bottoms. So we said, okay, we'll fold the bottoms. We went around, we told everyone, please fold the bottoms of the poster. 2 minutes before it was meant to begin, maybe a minute after, I'm honestly not sure, they said, also, please fold the tops. And the top was what showed the name of the person whose face we were standing in solidarity with and said unjustly imprisoned. Now, why do all of these details matter? It matters because that's the level of control that was being exercised over an action in the UN zone, and we did it, and we went forward, and we also aren't the only people that have faced extreme restrictions and extreme obstacles in trying to push forward actions, including kind of extreme interest in the level of detail. And I will say, part of that has been related to the host country, part of that has also been related to other powerful governments at this COP, and I think we really need to acknowledge that. So when we say we want the UN to push for a robust understanding of expression in these spaces, we are talking about the host country, but we are also talking about other countries that are trying to restrict what activists can and cannot say, including when those activists are standing in solidarity with issues like what's happening in Palestine, where we know that there is a whole slew of restriction on expression all across the world. And what we're asking of the UN is don't facilitate that, push back against it. And we get that it's hard, but we're asking you to do it. And the reason we're asking you to do it is because, as Bruno said, it's exceptionally important for useful and effective climate justice. And I want to focus on something that might seem tangential, but I promise it's not. So the country in which we are sitting wants to sell itself as a knowledge hub. And I have gone around the last few days kind of talking to people from the UAE, from Saudi, trying to get a sense of the tech that they're developing, what they're doing in the renewable space, listening to side events. And you simply cannot be a knowledge hub in a situation where people are afraid to talk, because it's not just human rights activists, it's academics, it's experts, it's people who are working on climate from a range of perspectives. I'm frankly certain that almost everybody in this audience has thought at least once during this conference, what can I say, what can I not say, do I need to be worried about my data? And so what we need from the UN, to bring it back to the UN, is also clarity and transparency. Bruno brought up the host country agreement. That's step one. Another way of being clear and transparent is when you are engaging with activists or others who are trying to think about what they can and cannot do in this space or outside of it, give reasoned explanations for why you're saying certain speech is restricted, and give transparent explanations as to what the security risks that you believe are associated with that speech are. Because, very frankly, chilling effect, authoritarianism, repression works, it feeds on uncertainty. It feeds on people not knowing exactly what the lines are and then self-censoring themselves. And you have seen that across this COP of people not knowing what to say. And so the last thing I'm going to say is that the reason this is important to me particularly is because, again, I work on the Middle East and North Africa. I focus a lot on Yemen. I think you could leave this COP really thinking that this entire diverse, amazing region is just Saudi Arabia and the UAE. I think you could leave this COP and not understand that MENA includes countries like Yemen, Morocco, Tunisia, Jordan, Lebanon, that are facing shared challenges of extreme heat and water scarcity, but will have exceptionally different solutions than the Gulf will have because they are lower income, they are the least developed countries. So you might go to this COP and say, well, I can solve water scarcity by lots more desalination and private-public partnerships and getting financial and private institutions to invest in water projects. That's not going to work for a country like Yemen. You need grants. You need investment in things that don't require exceptionally expensive energy. And the way you have those conversations is you have the activists from places like Yemen show up in the space to tell you what solutions work for them. And I will say I'm not a pessimist. I actually think that you could see countries in the Gulf play a role in supporting, providing financing, sending technology, sharing technology with other countries in the region, but that only happens if you're having real dialogue. Real dialogue only happens if people aren't afraid to engage in that dialogue. And all of that is what is necessary to get us past this urgent moment where you already have people in the region, be they subsistence farmers, fisher folk, or frankly just regular people who already don't have the water that they need, who already are seeing their livelihood decimated by drought. So it's one of those things where, again, I asked the UN that in a context like this, to bring it back to something that Bruno said, conflict of interest might seem like a technical issue, but it's not. Those are the people we need in the room. It's not fossil fuel industry. And so pushing forward and making robust conflict of interest policies beyond what you've got, and you've made some steps forward, is really where we need to be in a space where we're actually having the conversations we need to have to get us to climate justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. And to come back to this final point, we've heard which voices are not with us here at this COP, the voices from the region, in particular from independent civil society, from the host country, and at the same time we know about the voices that are here in mass, like fossil fuel lobbies, for instance, with this number of more than 2,456 fossil fuel lobbyists actually participating to the COP. And so, of course, the question is, for whom are we developing solutions at this COP? Who are the voices that are empowered? And it's also important just to throw in one additional figure. Global Witness has reported that since the adoption of the Paris Agreement, 4 environmental human rights defenders have lost their life every single week. And this is the situation that is faced by a lot of civil society, actually demanding accountability, demanding the protection of their ecosystem and the land outside of this process. And that's why setting the right example, 75 years after the adoption of the UN Declaration of Human Rights, is particularly important and something that we as civil society will expect from the United Nations, and why this policing of free speech within the blue zone is particularly alarming and concerning. And of course, raise this question also as the next COP will take place in Baku, which in Azerbaijan, where we know that also these freedoms are not protected. And so we'll turn now to the final panelist, Lene Westward Halle, who is a member of the Norwegian Parliament. Thank you so much for taking the time to join our panel. We'll be very interested to hear your views participating to policy making in Norway. How do you see this civic space and climate action coming together, and the role of governments, including other governments who come to the UAE actually for this conference?
Yes, thank you. I have to admit that I'm coming to you from a very large oil-producing country. So this discussion is really interesting. The situation is, of course, very different in Norway than it is here. And I'd like to start with one thing that we all know and we all recognize. It's all humans are born free and equal in dignity and rights. To me, that it touches my heart, I have to admit. And we live right now in a world where democracy is threatened. It's actually going backwards, history. And we live in a world where conflicts are increasing. We live in a world where more than half of humans alive today live in a country where they don't have the freedom of expression. And I have to admit, growing up in one of the Nordic countries, we tend to forget this. We tend to take it for granted. We don't even talk about it. And after years of brutal war during the Second World War, it's nice, though, to look back on what we actually did back then. Our war-torn world came together, and we sat down across religion, across countries, and we actually sat down and drafted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The 30 articles giving us all, no matter what color, gender, race, religion, fundamental rights, and we keep forgetting them. It was actually 75 years ago, yesterday. No countries voted against. And I think this is really interesting. It's not that many weeks ago I visited the UN headquarters for the General Assembly. And let's just put it this way. I don't think we would be able to achieve that today. The world is very different. And that makes it all the more important for us, for the governments of countries like the Nordic countries, to protect human rights and to protect the spaces where people actually can speak. The Declaration of Human Rights consists of 30 equally important rights. But I have to admit, I think the freedom of expression is really the key right to all the other rights. Because if you don't have freedom of expression, you can't claim anything else. And as we navigate here in the blue zone at the COP, in the same way we always do when it comes to climate, it's a little bit of an echo chamber, where we can say and express almost whatever we want to. It's easy to forget that outside these walls, the situation is very, very different. And as we are trying to achieve climate action, as we are trying to stop the climate crisis, we are in the middle of a lot of people not being heard because they're not allowed to speak. So how are we going to make sure that the green transition is just if people are not included? We need space for civil society, and we need to protect those spaces for people to take part in discussions. And preventing what is about to happen when it comes to the climate and the world, it affects all countries. So all countries and all peoples need to be included. It's very clear, though, I think the title of this discussion is that the climate crisis is also a human rights crisis, and we can't forget that. Human rights are, as I said in the beginning, core values for us in the Nordic region, and the governments of our countries can and need to be firm on this. And the walls around us here at the COP, I don't know if you've noticed, are plastered with sayings and calls for action. Like unite, act, deliver. And one I find particularly interesting, liberate your thoughts. And these are all empty words if we are not able to speak or act. It doesn't help if we think it, we actually have to do it. And me, personally, I'm a white European politician inside the protective walls of the blue zone at the COP. And I feel limited in what I can say today. Imagine what it's like for the people living here, outside the walls. So the message is really clear. Human rights are inherent to every human being, and leaders who ignore it imperil the people they are meant to serve. Let people think, let people act, let people participate, and then the world will change for the better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for reminding us of a privilege that we in this room, we in this blue zone, have to be here actually, and also the responsibility that we have then to make sure that we can channel messages, testimonies that are particularly important and lacking in those roles. And this situation that you describe of us having to sometimes hesitate or wonder what can we say, how far can we go. This is something that civil society has been facing, and in particular, a lot of our partners and allies have reported how they are second-guessing, having this chilling effect and how it impacts their ability actually to demand with the loudest voices climate justice, climate action, climate ambition, and to hold their governments accountable here. And I think that's what really highlights this link between civic space, the political freedoms that we are discussing, and then the challenge for these conferences to actually deliver the climate responses that we need to see. We'll turn now to the public to see if there is any particular question for our panelists. Sure. Could you introduce yourself as you ask the question, and perhaps let us know if you direct your question to anyone in particular?
My name is Joey Shea. I also work for Human Rights Watch. So there was a lot of discussion about the host agreement between the UNFCCC and the COP presidency. As we know in the SB, they will now be required to make this host agreement public going forward. But as someone who works on the Gulf, I would be very interested to see this year's agreement. So I'm wondering, in your experience over the last 2 weeks and in your conversations with different government officials, UNFCCC, how likely do you think it is to make that agreement public this year? And if you think it's unlikely, what can we do at this point going forward to make sure that it does indeed become public?
Would anyone like to take this question? Or?
Thank you, Joey, for the question.
Yes, thank you.
I think, so here's how I'll answer it. I think there's two sort of questions. One, is it technically public, and two, is it actually accessible? I think whether or not it's going to be actually accessible is a big question. The argument that I would make would be to anybody who says that it's not relevant anymore after the COP, is that it's absolutely relevant, because part of the thing that activists are talking about is fear about what potentially happens after and potential retaliation. So I think even beyond a research perspective, it is necessary as a duty of care protection perspective, people should have access to what the rules were and what was agreed. How likely that is, I don't know. Does anybody else want anything?
I would just add that it's, I think, important to see this actual host country agreement with the UAE to see what is the high level of ambition the UN has presumably built into these host country agreements after 20-some COPs. And so if that was a high level of ambition and this is what we got, which is such unmeaningful, incomplete participation by civil society, that therefore the ambition just needs to be ramped up. And so I think it just shows the degree to which either the UN Secretariat has been derelict in its duties, or whether it hasn't, and somehow host countries are being allowed to reinterpret them in a way that is unenforceable by the UN Secretariat.
And I think this question is particularly important because a lot of civil society and journalists actually who came to the UAE to COP28 have been wondering to what extent the repressive law of the host country will apply and to what extent it will mean that they would not be able, while attending the COP, actually to express themselves freely. And these questions, this uncertainty around the host country agreement means that a lot of them have decided to take a rather conservative approach to their presence, which undermine their ability to conduct their work. We expect tonight or tomorrow to see a draft COP decision that actually announces officially the next COP presidency and COP host. And so I imagine that it will be a very interesting opportunity for states to make sure that it is required that the next COP president and host actually make this host country agreement public together with the United Nations. And again, we have to remember the host country agreement is a treaty between the host country and the United Nations Climate Change Secretariat, and having to lobby so much to advocate towards the UN to be transparent about these matters highlights the challenges, the lack of accountability that we face currently. I think we need to wrap up in 1 minute, so I wonder if there is any burning question or if we should hear from I see one question, so maybe keeping it extremely brief so we can hear the response as well. And if you could introduce yourself, Yves.
Thank you, Yves Lador from Earth Justice. Two questions. The first one links to what we heard from what's happening today. The fact that there is an aggravation during COP of this trial is a slap in our face. My question is to you as the only politician here in the room, so it's just because you're here, but it's to all of the states. What are we going to do about it? I mean, on the day of the human rights, the 75 years of human rights, they just conducted this knowing, after all the information that was given before, exactly what they were doing, that they were acting against human rights, which means also that they're spitting in the face of the whole international community and international law. Are we going to end this COP without saying anything about such a terrible behavior? I think here I'm really calling on to states, to the Nordic states, to all of the states, because they're not only Nordic. We know how many Latin American or African states or even Asian states have already spoken very clearly about the need of human rights. So just to finish on that, what was said about, what you said very rightly about the need of freedom of speech for climate change, for example, from Yemen, shouldn't we, and this is my second question, shouldn't we clearly put the rights of information and the rights of expression as one of the elements of high ambition? Because we're only talking about emissions when we're talking about high ambitions. Today, I think the question of freedom of speech is crucial. If we don't have freedom of speech, we don't have scientific information. If we don't have scientific information, we are just in the dark. So I think here this is today a particularly important challenge, and especially when we see such an unqualifiable behavior from the host country.
Lene, would you like to start?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. I think I don't think it's possible to change the situation in a country during two weeks of COP. I wish it was the situation, but unfortunately it's not. And I really understand your frustration. But I think it also, at the same time, it illustrates the challenge that we have arranging the COPs in different countries, because we hope that it's going to open up. We hope that it's going to help on the situation, but we still have quite a long way to go. So it's going to be quite interesting to see if it helps in the future that Joey mentioned, the host agreement, when this is hopefully going to be public. It's going to be interesting to see the limitations, and I really hope that we get to see the host agreement from Dubai, because I think that would help us, and it's going to give us a little bit of a, I wouldn't say guidance, but it's going to show us what the situation's actually been like, and I think it's going to be very important moving forward with the COPs in countries that have similar challenges to the Emiratis.
Any final remarks? So I think we'll...
Something? Can I add?
Oh.
Yeah. Can I add something? Okay. First of all, actually, I want to thank the person who gave this question. It is a very important question, and which show us the behavior of the United Arab Emirates government, which does not give any respect for any agreement or anything. The government actually signed a lot of agreements in UN about the human rights. But the problem is not signing. The problem, what's the action after that? The United Arab Emirates feel safe that it's ignore anything comes from any human rights organizations or any other governments asking them about the human rights situation in the United Arab Emirates. And this is the most important. And what we have to show this government that you will not be hide from the fact that happens. And anything that you do that you're going to pay in the future. And this is not your right to decide to do the agreement or not to do it, to do the law or not to do it. You just have like that law just to show the people that you have the law. But when you have to do it to fulfill your promise with that law, you don't do it. And this is actually, let me thank you. I don't want to say that what you do is nothing. No. Actually, what you did is great. You try your best. You did your effort, and this is what we have to thank you in the name of the United Arab Emirates people. Actually, that you are care more than their government about their rights and their freedom, and this is actually show that how the people who support them, that they are fulfilling their promise to be with them today. I'm really happy for what I heard, but I will be happy to see the government change their direction with their behavior and know that will affect their level in everything in the human rights situation, and even with the trust that the people have in this country. I hope that this government today listen for what we say, for all the human rights activists say, and it will not be the end. we will continue. We will continue until we find the results.
Thank you. I think we will conclude here with this very powerful final testimony and call for accountability. I'd like to thank Human Rights Watch, the Nordic Council for hosting us here, all of the panelists, but also all of you who are working to bridge this advocacy, these demands for climate justice, for civics, the protection of the civic space. As we have said time and again, there is no climate justice without human rights. And I will encourage us as we conclude this event, maybe just to sit for 30 more seconds and to think about the voices that are missing in those roles and our responsibility to make sure that their demands, their priorities, their needs can be fully supported through our presence here. Thank you so much.